सर मैं इधर हूँ, आपका भी चल रहा है ना, तो मेरा ठीक है। आप अपना जो चैनल का लिंक है वो उसको भेज दिया, बस ठीक है। मांगलिक साहब को कनेक्ट नहीं मांगलिक को उसको चल रहा है, मैंने आपको व्हाट्सएप આપણે નો બેન આ ઉપર નીચેનું છે આ મૂવમેન્ટ વોઇસ ચેક કર્યો વોઇસ स्ट्रीमिंग पे
close to your mouth. Namaste. Sorry about the technical inconvenience. So we have some technical difficulties, but you can go through it. So we have to. I think my voice is loud. We would like to move on with a very auspicious announcement that we want to make. You all see the Lithuanian work. You all have seen the t-shirts. Somewhere you have seen our current logo of Improvement Executive Conference. And we are in a transition to move on to the new logo, which is, and the name change. Hindu Mandir Executives Conference logo is changing to what we see on the mug and the back of our white t-shirt that we have seen. We are bringing the image of the mandir in the logo. Okay, that's the main thing to note. We want everybody to see that we represent the mandirs across the America. That's one thing. The second thing, the name change. Hindu Mandir Empowerment Council. We didn't want to change the brand HMEC because it's very well known with all of us across the world. It has been used and it is being used in the research even for PhD doctorate by PhD doctorate students. This year we have received so many phone calls, at least 2 from Harvard, from MIT, that we would like to look at this year's papers, what is being presented, what can we use in our research. So this is really a proud time for all of us. So that's why we're changing E from executives to empowered. We want our mandir empowered. We want all of us to work together. Executives, trustees, priests, volunteers, Palvihar teachers, even youth and our Palvalikas. Everybody and the larger umbrella across the North America will be Hindu Mandir Empowerment Council. We are changing from conference to council because we want others to see the continuity. We know that we work continuously during the year. It's not that conference is over and we stop working. There are seminars going in the background, there are webinars going in the background, phone calls are happening, some projects, some takeover actions from this year to the next year. We work in the background, but nobody sees that. But at least if we give the name council, then it gives the sense of organization, it gives the sense of belonging, it gives the sense of connectivity to all the mandirs. And we will start reaching out to mandirs, we will slowly establish the organizational structure for the council, so that will help us to outreach, to communicate our objective, our motive, our goals to the larger Hindu community, and this is for the benefit of the Hindu community. So I think I'm very, very delighted, and I'm blessed that I can announce this with the leadership team of Ajay Bhai, Amitabh Ji, Abhay Bhai, Sanjay Bhai, and our very first convener, Umesh Bhai Shukla, Hindu our second convener, he's with us. So I think they being around and all the leadership being around and our sales being around, Arpita Group is represented here. So we are blessed to have this name change announced and the logo change announced to all of you. Next, I would like to request Umesh Bhai Shukla to come here and honor our keynote speaker for this conference, Swami Saranand. Please. Next, I would like to request Kishore Trivedi, Hindu Society of North Carolina, to come forward and honor our second keynote speaker in Hindu Buddhist Conference keynote speaker, Guru Pataji, Shriman Guru Pataji, please. Next, we are going to start honoring this year with this conference being a milestone event for us. It's the 10th conference, so we have added one award to the Hindu Mandir Priest Conference. We have been honoring our priest Archaka Bhushan Award. We are adding Archaka Shri Award. So there is a little distinction, and I would like Lakshmi Ji to come forward. Lakshmi Ji has been serving Hindu Mandir Priest Conference as a convener even before I was associated with it. So Lakshmi Ji can help us.
So before I talk about awards, I'd like to invite
Nope.
to talk about the trees, right? And why are we doing this? And what
Yeah.
trees. So he'll say a few words and I'll talk about that award, what gets me.
Second, I use the mic.
He told Arjun, बंदे युद्ध विदुषा एक तो चैलेंज शक्तिना शक्ति अपार the challenge was stand up.
I'll be
He is also continue the war, right? That's what they continue. So it is still working with that. So peace conference is byproduct of the peace. It happened in 2008. He said that he has to come and then
Yeah.
let's have a peace conference. We started doing it separately this time. It is combined because see something comes. Krishna ji, Ram ji, something is wrong. Right? We are Durga ji, right? Yeah, that's how it is. That's the reason we have. So we started with the priest conference, and there was a discussion. What is the title? Should be. Because priest is sometimes misleading. Because in the American context, priest is very limited. Actually, it takes away the uniqueness and the beauty of what we call Archaka. So the title, the award which is going to describe is Archak Bhushan. And Archak, the reason we say Archak, some scholars are sitting, Archak means the person who is doing Archana. So they are not doing Archana. Devotee is doing it. I go to temple, I said, Murliji, I want to do Archana. But he is the one who is standing between me and Bhagwan. So I am Archak. But then they are Archak. No, they are Archak for me. Actually, it's my puja. It's not. And that's the reason we respect our priests. There are a couple of issues we are discussing in pre-conference, which are like employee and employee, but they are not employees. They are our family members. So we are working on those issues that we talk in this conference. But here we are respecting their work. And I will just give one example and we give it to Krishnaji. All our kids, and my kids are born raised here, many of them, we have grandchildren also now. They love go to the temple, ringing the bell, doing aarti. When we do yajna in our mandir, the kids are so excited about yajna. And priest is the connection, first connection to that. And they have a lot of respect. We see our children, we don't even tell, they'll go and touch the feet of Joshi. I observed that because I am Bali. So there is inherent respect for, I'd say, Purohit or Pandit or priest, different word, but for our Panditji or our priest, right? And that's the reason we need to have them in this conference. That's the reason we need to continue to work with them. Because that's what the whole Sanatan Dharma is, one package. It's not just Bal Vihar or the conference. And we decided, okay, they are contributing so much, so we should give the Bhushan award. And the Bhushan is decorating. It's not decorating they're decorating with what? Praising, respecting, adoring their work. And that's what this award is started. So Lakshmi will talk more about that. But again, from the bottom of our heart, on behalf of all the devotees, pranam to all our archakas, they do archana for us. Right. So,
thank you, Sanjay. So as Tejalji mentioned earlier, and I think Bhattarji mentioned during his keynote speech also, it has been our tradition since 2016 when we conducted our priest conference in Minnesota. We have started the tradition of honoring very senior priests that have been in service of the God, in service of the community, in service of the devotees for prolonged periods of time, right? And the honor that we were conferring on the archakas or the gurus has been Archaka Bhushan, right? And we have been conferring that. Having said that, this year it is our 10th anniversary of the conference, and we realized or recognized that there are a lot of priests that have been, performing, providing significant service, but they are right there at 20 years mark. So the HMEC, HMPC, and Murliji's guidance, we added a new award called Archaka Shri. So we'll be giving the Archaka Shri awards also this year. Tejaji, are we ready to start and provide? So we will start with the Archaka Shri award. Before that, I request Murli Bhattarji, Archaka Bhushan award. I request Murliji to say a few mantrams actually to kick off this auspicious occasion.
Om Namah Sadase, Namah Sadasaspadaye, Namah Sakhinam Purogana Chakshushe, Namo Dive, Namah Prathibhye, Saprata Sabham Me Gopaya, Kejasabhya Sabhadhanaha, Tanindriyavatak Kuru, Sarvamayurupasada, Sarvebhyo Mahajanebhyo Namaha.
So without further delay, our So I request Abhaya Asanaji to come and honor our first award recipient, Shri Anand Kumar Dikshit ji.
The 10th Hindu Mandir Peace Conference at Monroe Township, New Jersey, confers the title of Archaka Bhushana to Shriman Anant Kumar D. Dikshit from Hindu Temple of Toledo, Sylvania, Ohio, in recognition of his significant and sustained spiritual and social service to the Hindu community.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this privilege.
Thank you. Next, I request Mr. Sanjay Joshi ji to honor Sriman Martana Sharma garu equally.
Okay, so Archak Bhushan Award given to Shriman Martana Sharma Ipiliji, Sri Surya Narayan Mandir, Irvine, California, in recognition of his significant and sustained spiritual and social service to the Hindu community. And it is signed by Lakshmi Bhabidipati, convener, and Ram Mittal, General Secretary, BHPA, and Tejas Shah, convener.
Thank you. Next, I request Samskrupta ji to honor Shriman Raghu Shankaramanchi.
Raghu Kumar
So, Sister, you should you can go to this and do this.
Next, next I request Sri Ajay Shani to honor Sri Ajay Shani to honor Sriman Swami Malai Sivakumar Sivacharya ji from Vallabha Ganapati Temple in Kanpur.
वदनेवरिक्तं सर्वकल्याणमूर्तिं परवरपदार्थं मोहितं मोदकेन अर्णकुङ्कुममाला ज्ञानलम्बोदरं मम हृदयनिवासं श्रीगणेशं नमः.
So, the 10th Hindu Mandir Priest Conference confers the title of Archaka Bhushana to Sriman Swami Malai Sivakumar Sivacharya, Sri Mahavallabha Ganapati Devasthanam, Flushing, New York, in recognition of his significant and sustained spiritual and social service to the Hindu community.
Next, I request Sri Amitabh Mittalji to honor Mittalji to honor Sriman Ramanujan Ponnuswamy Garu from Mahavallabha Temple in
ओम केवलानंदवत्तमं मे पाणि नामकर नंबावै कच्चाते निरानिनान देख्यन्ते नारल्लान कर्मादि वेदे ओम गमनं चन्नलोडके अपड़ा ओम केवलै पोदल परिवण्डनं पडस्ता देहंगाले मोक्किरन्ते नेत्य प्रैवत्यवाद.
Namaskar. The 10th Hindu Mandir Priest Conference confers the title of Archaka Bhushan to Sriman Ramanujan Ponnuswamy, Sri Mahavallabha Ganapati Devasthanam, Flushing, New York.
Next, I request Sri Vipul Patel ji to honor Sriman Subramanya Iyer Hariharan Garu from Flushing Temple.
Om Namo Namo Bhagavate Manon Ketu Veshtre Arandeve Pravidat Jayendra Nirati Namayu.
HMEC confers the title of Archika Bhushana to Shriman Subramanya Iyer Hariharan Shri Mahavallabha Ganapati Devasthanam, Flushing, New York. In behalf of with the convener of HMPC, Lakshmi ji, General Secretary BHP Amitabh ji, and convener HMPC Shastri.
Finally, finally, the award is to Sriman Mardi. He could not be here because of an operation. So we request we request the Swami to honor Sriman Mardi with this award.
Next Hindu Mother Peace Conference confers the title of Archaka Bhushana to Sriman Hindu Temple of Dayton in recognition of his significant and sustained spiritual and social service to the Hindu community. So he could not come, the temple president Nitaji will receive on behalf. I request Tejaji for a minute.
आप शर्माइए मत।
अमित भाई
की तरफ से मां पार्वती के वस्त्रम मंदिर से और अश्विनी जी के आशीर्वाद के साथ और भगवान जी की कृपा पास से मैं हार्दिक काम करूँ।
अमित भाई
Since from last 2 days we are asking Tejalban to introduce us.
So the best introduction of the list is him in Amit Shah. So there was a quote today, right? Behind a successful man there is a woman, and behind a successful woman is this great gentleman.
I don't have to thank you. It's the best gift to me from Ishwar.
Well, I can speak. I usually don't interject like this, but I felt the need to do that, particularly with H.G. I've just gotten to know her in the last few months, and she goes beyond any time constraints, work. Every time when we try to do something, everyone has excuses. Every time I've reached out to her, she has never said, I don't have time. She never said, I'm too busy. There are very, very few people who are so committed and devoted to a cause, and I know how much she works. She has a full-time job, she does HBA, HMEC, I mean, it's just endless. But she always was there. There are very, very few people that I've come across that are so dedicated and committed. And I really, really the person behind her, Amit also, these two are just an epitome of service in our culture.
Finally, we have one more award that we are starting this year, the inaugural HMEC Award for this year. We are delighted to honor Sri Mahathir Swamiji with
live streaming channel.
Om Paryatya Anantaraya
Archaka Street, Mata Center in recognition of his significant spiritual and social services to Hindu community. I request all the people for the group photo.
We have to move on, we are going to take it. So now I would like to move on to the next on the agenda. From last year, we started recognizing the key contributors to Hindu Mandir Executives Conference. Last year, we honored Sanjay Bhai Nanda ji, Abhay Asthana ji, and Gaurang Bhai Vaishnav for their years and years of contribution to HMEC. They are Sanjay Bhai and Abhay Bhai, they are founder of HMEC, we all know that. So we honored them with however we can. पूजा का पता नहीं है, अर्चना का पता नहीं है, पर भाव है, उस तरह से हम लोगों ने लास्ट ईयर उन्हें ऑनर किया था. We didn't have a plan, we didn't have a proper honor them, but we know that they are other difficult to us, brother difficult to us, so they have Shama Yachna for however we need. And this year, we have two awards to give out offer. First award we have for Sanjay ji and other for Dilip Gowda ji. So I would like to
Last Amitabh Bachchan, everybody knows. So Amitabh Bachchan was awarded last year Dada Saheb Phalke Award. It is given for the contribution to the industry. And it was given by the Rashtrapati of Bharat. So when the award was given, Amitabh Bachchan came on that. He was very nice. And he said, "Mahamani, मुझे आपने award तो दे दिया, lifetime achievement award. लेकिन मैं गुजारिश करना चाहूँगा काम करना बंद करो." So continue that. So Sanjay the award is given, but you not stop. So just keep introduction of Sanjay and then give the award. Sanjay has been part of, I think, for the second HMEC what he has done in the director, Michigan. When somebody comes to our Sudan, check out the general engagement, this is what he has been thinking about it. If he wants to work with it. So the secretary. He said, "Okay, Sanjay, let's get it." And after that, Sanjay started working with the very meticulous, very organized. And yesterday we saw him told Nanda, "Can you teach us how to ask questions?" That's Sanjay. So very organized. He gave 7 minutes, something just exactly how 7 minutes. But and he contributed to the agenda to the extent he wanted. That's the thing that he said. Of course, and just one more thing the award. The second award that we are going to give Kiran to us, and I think we talk about that. But I think Kiran ji, please go with us. When we started, earlier it was a check. Check was a registration 70 years ago. It was an online manner. So always, if you see announced and we get checks in place. Something that is brand new, right? And then check is always more than the right? It is like you are registered and both are resolutions of this law. That is not doing that. But both eventually and suddenly become spouses and you switch to the partners.
HMEC honors is a very working for a selfless, lifelong service to industry, education, development, sustainable excellence. Presents is honored in 16th annual conference of seniors. I must make one comment. Everybody says, obviously, there is our money. For me, PhD is and I have been associated with it now for 12 years. I've got to do a lot of this, and I feel that when I talk to any of them, that I'm an old man, I should have all the adults, job, and family, but this is not.
Come forward and honor Sanjay with the award and Sajjan Agarwalji from HSNC because the roots of Sanjay Seva was planted in HSNC. So Sajjan, please.
So I must say something about that. So I moved to North Carolina in 1985, and the first family I met was Mrs. Sher. And she and my wife were very close, and they stayed there. And then Sajjan came in the same town that I lived in Kerry, and we have been friends for more than 2 decades. And then I served as a temporary board member, and that was the beginning of my introduction in the operation. When Sun and Sajjan come together,
So next I would like to request Nagarajanji, Ganesh Temple, Tennessee, to introduce our next award for HMEC.
another important person who has been really helping, encouraging Hindutva, PhD, as well as HMEC, Dr. Gowda, Dr. C.K. Hirani Gowda. I know he is the master's, unfortunately, we are not but he has been truly wonderful in supporting. There is so much he has done. I have to do the list to even refer to that. He was serving as an ENT specialist for over 54 years. He has been serving a lot of community people, right as a contact with the job of certain professionals. Besides the profession, he is always a supporter of individual. Wherever it is an improvement, not only with UPA, but with multiple organizations, he was supporting that. And with HMEC, as soon as the announcement goes in, he is the first person to register for the conference. Everything will be here. Even as a part of the formulation of ideas, different things, he always supported that. He is the key founder of Hindu temple, Sri Ganesha temple in Nashville, Tennessee. So it has been a beautiful temple. So he was the main person to start that. And also not only with the tourism, but he also supported a lot of social things as well. So in 1985, he provided the water supply for his village there and nearby villages, serving over 500 families. So repaired over 5 temples in his district. He is also a yoga teacher. He wrote a book. He's also an author. So he wrote a book called Gym 3 plus Ayush. So which he actually donated his book, a lot of the books to distributed that to many people across the world. And he was a yoga teacher also. So he always, conducts yoga seminars, yoga camps, and every single international yoga day, he always used to go to his Karnataka, his district, and then conduct a lot of yoga camps with huge number of people, students and teachers in multiple schools, high schools and colleges. So with that actually we even propagated the significance of yoga to numerous people. See, he adopted several children as well as encouraging them for education, things like that. He contributed to multiple Hindu organizations, including cities and today. So he made a significant contribution for that. And he repaired a lot of temples in Karnataka. So he really deserves his due award and recognition. So in his absence, I would like to invite Mrs. Saraswati Gowda, who has been really supportive of all his initiatives. And
I'd like to request Jayaji to offer the song to Saraswati ji, and Swati ji, please come forward and offer the award.
pleased to honor Sri and Dr. Kirti Gowda for his lifetime achievement and accomplishments and the contribution to Hindu process.
So next, I would like to request Sanjay Mehta and Deepak Gopalji to talk about our very important project that we are taking under HMEC. We have a presentation on this please, and while the presentation comes up, I would like to introduce Vidya Warriorji, Engineering Hall. Vidya ji, please come forward. While the presentation comes up, please quickly come up. Vidya ji came to me just a few days ago. She is a media person. She also has a non-profit organization, and she is a producer for the small documentaries. She can even herself better than myself. I take a just doing this announce anything. But she is offering her service in the partnership with HMEC for the documentary preparation of your mandir. So if you would like to prepare a documentary for your mandir, what your mandir does, what is the unique thing about your mandir, HMEC will work with you, we will take you to Vidyaji and we will work it out together. But that way we will make the mandir popular and visible in the Hindu community. So here is the Vidyaji. She has a very nice video made 3 candidates. Maybe we will put it on the HMEC website very soon, and that will tell us what she can do. But basically, this is the service that she will be providing in the partnership with HMEC, and there are more details to share in the newsletter or in the digital space.
Yes, my name is Divya. I am a government worker, and I also spent a lot of time in India at a very young age, as compared to a decade, just trying to know more about my roots. I grew up here in the US, and kind of grew up feeling there's something very big about my own self that I don't know. I think there's something a lot of Indians who grew up here feel. So after high school, I actually moved back and I spent a lot of time studying there with my guru. And also getting into documentary filmmaking as I'm seeking for different topics. As I was researching and traveling, I also got into documentaries about those because that was my way of sharing whatever I was finding. So my story aside, how I like to offer myself to the temples here. Now, because of my background in understanding the Dharmic way of life, the way the temples are made, the science behind it, I definitely, it's an ocean and I know only this much. And I would say it's more than knowledge about the passion and devotion that I have for these temples. So when I see the temples in the US especially, I often feel they're beautiful. Everything has been done with such grandeur. Many times the facilities and the resources that may not be available in India. We have so much more here. So we have such grand spaces, but I often find there's a huge distance between the people or the youth that are here and these spaces. And I think that's a very layered area, but one very easy way that I feel this can be taken care of is by creating content pieces, digital video pieces that clearly explain things. The thing is, for so many generations, my parents, my grandparents, for a long time, we never needed an explanation as to why we go to school. You just go and you borrow, that's it. Nobody asks. You don't ask. You think, should I go, should I not go? Should I wear this, should I not? That's how it was. But now we're in a time and age where everyone has become too westernized. You have to have explanations and you have to have a reason, a logical reason for everything. So through my guru's learning from him and seeing how everything is happening there in India, I came to find that there is a huge science. I think you are probably more knowledgeable than me, but there is a huge science behind everything that we do in Sanatana. We don't do anything just frivolously. Everything has a certain reason as to why we do a certain time, why we do something. So when we enter the temple, why are we going in this way, not going in this way? What are we doing? What do we wear when we go to the temple? Every little thing has been designed for us. Just do it. So there's a science behind it. I think what's missing is just clearly being able to articulate to the people who come what is the science. First of all, what is missing? Because we grew up in an American society where it's not really told to us. So what to do and why to do it is very important. More than that, what is the benefit of going? I think everyone needs a takeaway. Just going to the temple just because or just because you have that devotion, I think devotion now has to come after they see the experience of moving there. Before they go with the bhakti, they go with bhakti and then they see what you get. But now the mind is not like that. The Western mind needs to first go there, experience what it is, then the bhakti blossoms on its own, is what I feel. So anyway, my role or what my intention is to create these kind of short videos for the temples, depending on the individual temple, what that temple, the story behind it actually saying, and how, when we went to the temple, what to do is we make a video, for each of the rituals we make a video, when you do this, what is it that you look at, what is it others having, get testimonials. You see so many miracles happening in our temples just by doing certain rituals, something immediately fixes in their life. So let's bring those testimonials to people and create it all. Above all, I think the presentation is very important. We need to make sure not only we have to get on the digital platforms, we have to know how to get on. What is the style, what is the tone, what is the presentation that will vibe best to the youth? Because at the end of the day, the youth are the ones who are going to take it forward. 20 years from now, we don't know how involved we may be. So we are the ones, I mean, my generation are the ones that will be taking it forward. So unless we are convinced, unless we see now, it cannot come suddenly. Maybe some people come suddenly, but I think it has to happen gradually. If it happens, it happens through video content. So I just want to encourage anybody to get onto that platform. I can also help or on your own, whichever way. I'm excited if you have any questions. Thank you.
Sorry for while the video gets ready, because I think we were ready and then the system comes up, so today's a day of just dealing with the challenges one after the another, but we will get through it. I would like to announce and thank in AHOA, am I speaking it right? ASOA. ASOA is the American Indian Store Owner Association. So that association is basically gifting us with these beautiful souvenir mugs, BHPA calendars that you all got in the bag, as well as the t-shirts. So we are very thankful to ASOA for gifting us and getting connected with us, because the store owners, they cannot be here with us on the weekend. They might be going to the mandirs in the local area, they are contributing a lot. I know our temple itself, the local mandirs, they support so much, the local store owners. It could be a convenience store, it could be any other type of store, the dairy they run, the laundromat they run. So many avenues, they come together to the temple, but we are not connected. So this way we are getting connected with ASOA, and I'm very much thankful to ASOA for their donation, and very importantly, establishing the relationship with HMEC. Thank you, ASOA.
As we wrote the next presentation is 1G and introduce it. And this is one of the product of HMEC. In HMEC, every year we do some action items in the last 15, 16 years. And we have to do something. It's not just conference coming in and talking to each other. We have to do something. Every conference is a product of HMEC. Similarly, one HMEC we decided to run some stuff. So how do we do that? And the reason for that is, if you are not seeing the Vikas Star movie outside, please take it. It is one of those. I would say like one of the best certification we have done from BHP and HMEC and across America. And the reason is because we feel that HMEC is diversified communities in South Indian, Bengal. Everybody has traditional things. But the very thing is common. The books and stuff what we are publishing, the documents and so on, and stuff. It's a Vedic stuff. And many priests are doing, I thought personally I appreciate some Vedic. But why is that he's the author of that. So come here and talk about the next publication. He's the author of it. He uses that to use the form of Vedic. And it is beneficial, and I'll give just a basic example. I was in California for one of the PhD meetings, and one lady, she was sitting on the audience and she said, I will talk to something. She said, she read my meetings. She said, you are the same person. I said, and she said, my daughter, not, she's not able, but she's not taking talk. And she read the meeting. I talked to her. Session. So it was a wow. So that's the significance of those publications, HMEC. So Vikas and stuff, it's very well used, right? So Deepak Kotwalji is going to talk about the next Sanskar book which we are planning next year. And it is not he was the main author. He took from the briefs, he took them from the other community members, scholars. It's just a you see that. And I use that book for when I appreciate the wedding. So Deepak Kotwalji is from the Hindu Temple, Pittsburgh, which I am from the same temple. He was the director there. He started Balvihar in the Hindu Temple in 1982. He established Maharashtra Mandal in Pittsburgh. he started Ganesh Utsav in Pittsburgh. In that sense, I can say it's a Chota Bal Gangadhar Pittsburgh, right? So good thing. And Deepak ji is a graduate from Bombay IIT, long time back, and he gave modern school. Deepak ji runs his wealth management company in Pittsburgh. He's a wealthy guy. He manages wealthy people. But that's all sansaric wealth, right? He works on adhyatmic wealth also. And that is also Hindu Sanskar. So Deepak ji contributes enough time for adhyatmic wealth also. So we will hear Deepak ji. He's going to present spoke what we are planning. So Deepak, please come here. And HMEC thanks you for your contribution.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. I guess with all the technical difficulties, you guys can hear me, right? First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the audience, respected Panditjis and all of the others who are like-minded in ensuring that Sanatana Dharma, Hindu Dharma, continues to the next generation and the next generations. So the main thing, I guess we are all gathered here, the one before that. So I think this kind of, my friend Mahendra Shah, I asked him to do a cartoon. He's a cartoonist. So this is the essence of why we are all together. But it's not just this. It is also the other generations that have to carry the torch on. And so one of the things that we have always thought was that in any culture, the milestones are celebrated. And if you celebrate it with the Hindu ceremonies, they will feel more connected. Now we all know about the big fat Hindu weddings, right? So now everybody at that time is really interested in ensuring that there's a priest, and that there's Jaimala, and there's Fere and all that. And it all looks great on TV, it makes a great video. But if the next generation actually understands the meaning behind those things, then they are more likely to carry it on to the next generation. So we did this book last time, and I'll talk about that later. But today I'm going to talk about the project that we'll be taking on to create a resource for the next generation. It's a small book on some of the other sanskars. Now the 16 sanskars, which you all know about. Now I know there is not a universal agreement on which 16. There may be some differences here and there, different sampradayas and so forth. But by and large, from the general Hindu next generation population, these technical differences matter less than being really feeling Hindu. So how do we as an organization help in that process? So that's why we are. So here are the 16 sanskars. And so let's just take a quick look at what these are next. So the idea is that you're going to have a party anyway. You have parties. So why not combine it with the ritual? And not just, I guess ritual is the wrong word, but the way, so that you feel connected next. So let's talk very quickly about the sanskars. Now we know these sanskars were set up way back, 5,000-6,000 years back. And some of them may be relevant, some of them are not relevant, some of them are more important, some of them are less important. Now, the genius of the guys, the rishis who set up these things, that life starts with conception. So Garbhadan is the establishment of a fetus, and that's the consummation of marriage and so forth. Now we know that it's not realistic for us to expect to do that they will go with each other or anything like that. So let's be realistic. Then the next one is Usavana Sanskar, which is far, in my reading of these things and talking to experts, one of the things is desire to have a male child, and others say it is for the benefit of the fetus. And that's fine. Now the next one is Simantonnana. Simanta is hair, Unnayana means parting of the hair. In current terminology, it's the baby shower, right? So so that's the baby shower, we'll get to that. So the other sanskars very quickly are, Jata Karma, which is after birth, is the first thing that you do after birth. And second is the Namakaran, to give a name, generally on the 12th day and so forth. Then Nishkramana is the first outing. Annaprashan is the first time you take solid food. Then there is Chuda Karma, is getting complete shaving your head and so forth, offering the hair offering. Vidyarama, starting Vidya Upadayana, which is also one of the important sanskars, which we will probably talk about in the next HMEC, that will be another book. And then Vedaramba and Samavarta is the graduation, all right? And after that, comes Vivaha, Vanaprastha, Sannyas, and Antyashti. So, next. Now we know that people get married and they die, right? So there are two things that are going to happen. So HMEC focused on these two books first. And so the first book that we did about 10 years ago is the Vivaha Sanskar book, and I hope that you at least are aware of the existence of this book. And I don't want to talk about this more, but I can talk later if anybody wants. And then the other book that was done was the Antyashti Sanskar next. So that is also available next. And so anyway, so let's get back to the idea of the parties that are done anyway. So when the lady is pregnant, you're going to have parties anyway next. So why not call it a Simantonna and Sanskar when you invite the guests and so forth? Tell them, teach them about it, because it's all about the social connections. And when somebody, but let's go back to the wedding thing. The next generation who is born and brought up in the United States, they attend these other Hindu weddings, right? And they say, this can be done. This is done. This is a great project. How can I do better than that, right? And so they do that. If you have a Simantonna and a Sanskar and a baby shower, which is together, they will get the idea that, this can be done. They'll feel more Hindu themselves. So you can have an invitation, formal invitation, to call it Simantonna and Sanskar. Invite a lady who does Mendi and get Mendi done, that sort of thing next. And so what do we want to do in the next book? This, by the way, happens to be Aishwarya Rai and Abhishek Bachchan. This is her actual Simantonna and ceremony that was done. So in the book, just like in this book, we're going to talk about the steps in the ceremony, the significance of these things. Now in these cases, it's fairly straightforward. It's from the health of the baby, the mental growth of the baby, and so on and so forth. But now this is times change, technology changes. People know the gender of the baby even before the baby is born. I have seen where they even come up with a name for the baby because they know the gender, and they even announce it prior to this, which is kind of weird. But anyway, it's done. So let's accept the fact that this happens. There is something called the gender reveal party nowadays. They make a big deal out of it. So that is the time the young people are thinking about the name of that child. So what's in a name? What's in a name? Everything. It conveys who you are, who the parents want the child to be associated with, which culture they want it associated with. And people change names. We know. You all know the name Dilip Kumar, right? He was the actor, great actor. He was Yusuf Khan, right? We know in America there is Piyush Jindal, who changed his name to Bobby Jindal. Why? There's a reason for it, right? And you all know the reason. You got Nimrata Randhawa, who became Nikki Haley. Why? There's a reason for it. It's why you associate with certain things. So in the book, you'll have a little section of why you choose a name and what are the attributes you want to assimilate in the big culture here. Is that what you want to do? What you want your child to be proud of being an Hindu? So these are the things you're going to have to talk about. I know about the spellings and the pronunciations and all this kind of stuff that goes into it. Also, we're going to talk about taboo subjects. In the Simantana, obviously the baby is not born yet. When a baby is being delivered in the hospital, we know that the nurses and the doctors, they're going to come and talk about, oh, your baby's going to go on, let's do circumcision. Okay. Now, let's just think about it. The child arrives, and in a few days, you welcome the child with a scalpel, cutting off a part of the body without his consent. It's an irreversible procedure, and according to the American Pediatric Association, for a healthy male child, it is unnecessary. Okay. I want them to think about it because we know that in the hospital, they are going to be approached. They're going to be pressured. And I have found out that part of the thing is, if they do a circumcision procedure, there's a little payment to be made to the hospital. So there's always this pressure in America. So anyway, next. So we will talk about the subject. We don't want to avoid any subjects like this. The other thing is, the Jata Karma Sanskar, as you all know, is supposed to be done right before the umbilical cord is cut. Okay? The essence, as I see it, and I'm sure you all know much better, is you whisper in the baby's ear, Tvam Vedosmi. Okay? Now, what's happening today? Well, 20, 30 years ago, the child was delivered, the father was not in the room. Today is different. People even have a video camera in their hand to record the birth. You see? So I have told, actually, my son-in-law's brother's wife was pregnant. So I told him, I know he's going to be present in the next few months. So I said, when the baby is born, just go to the baby's ear and say, Tvam Vedos, your knowledge, keep repeating that. He doesn't know Sanskrit, right? So, Tvam Vedos, I know he's going to forget that. So you tell him in English that you are knowledge, and that's what you make him as a Hindu. So next. Yeah, here we go. So anyway, so here is the whispering Tvam Vedos. Now I know as a part of Jata Karma, there is ghee and honey to be given to the baby. I know there are a lot of doctors in the audience, and they're going to shudder at this thought that if you newborn child, you're not feeding honey and ghee. You know it's not going to happen, okay? So I'll give you a solution to that later on. So next. Then comes Namakaran Sanskar, right? Now, in the Vedic days, there were 4 names, and you might have heard the phrase, what is your good name, sir? So that good name refers to the last official name. One name is based on Nakshatra, the other is Rashi, the third one is Kuladevata, and then the official name. And I'll get to the family involved now. So one of the parts of the Namakaran is the mother actually writes the name on the plate with the rice in it, and I'm sure you've done that. Okay, next. The first outing of the baby is, the baby used to be in a dark room for a while because it was thought that it is not good to expose the baby to elements immediately. So this was a custom. We know that's not happening. Today people go shopping on the 3rd day. I've done that. And so, okay. So then this Naprashan, this is the next. So what we, next one. All right, so the solution for today's life is to perform all 4 ceremonies in one. So I'm talking about before birth, Sibanton, then Sosta baby shower, they're gonna have that. After birth, have a big party. Have a big party and have these 4 things all done in one shot. You can say it's a fast forward thing. And I do want to tell you that I have 3 grandchildren. In each one of these, my grandchildren, we did a big party. We invited all the social contacts. And I handed out this particular handout, which talks about each one. And if anyone of you wants it, I'll be happy to share it with you. You can see it. It gives a little explanation of what's happening next. So the target is by next HMEC will come out with a book, which will be more contemporary, talk about the issues that we talked about next. And so at this point, as we embark on this, I think of Saraswati and just say, Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini Karyarambham Parishami Siddhir Bhavatu Me Tatha. Thank you. Yes, you can buy it, right? Yeah.
Hello. Namaste everyone. Thank you for coming to this conference. I say namaste, bow down to all the divine souls that are present here today. So we have heard from so many of the distinguished families and fellow people over the last 2 days about how our Hindu mandirs can become an unbridged chain of hands, and that was our aim of this session. So I'm just going to do a quick wrap up and have some action items because we have to have some action items that should come out of a conference. Conference is not just for everyone to come, talk, and go and forget about what we have talked about. We need to have. So to recap, so we have heard how the mandirs can be effective in leading and maintaining community wellness. Mandirs, along with meeting the needs of all the seniors in the community, we should be, we are all aging, and it is also good to have a head start for us so that we can set a precedent for our coming generation. Mandirs are to be instrumental in helping the families imbibe the samskaras in the children, fostering their security and safety. So another aspect that we had heard about is the Sanatani art and healthy lifestyle from none other than our doctor who is present here, Lakshmi. And we also heard from our youth about the challenges that they are facing as the next leaders of our army institutions. Because they are our cross bearers along with some other, and so they have some possible solutions that we should have. We have heard about stereotypes, we've heard about microaggression from our youth, and the solutions that they have brought forth that include mentorship, social outreach, and interfaith programs. We also heard from our panelists about how our dharmic institutions can advocate for our dharma by public engagement and by being a part of the society that we are living in. We are living here in the United States of America, so we have to be living in this society. We have to imbibe and we have to bring our values there. So we have to be an interrelational. We have to have that relationship. We've talked about, Vedananda, we talked about, 501(c), to help our institutions be nonprofits. We've also heard about the social issues and how it impacts our country. The other biggest thing that I know people have reached out is hearing about the grants, the federal grants that are available for our public institutions that we should be getting, we should avail those opportunities. So, talking about some key takeaways and some action items. So the first one is youth internship. I know this youth internship was part of the breakout session, so many of you have not heard about it. But the Hindu Society of Minnesota is leading this youth internship program. So our action item as part of HMEC will be to collaborate with the Hindu Society of Minnesota and come up with programs that all the dharmic institutions, all our mandirs can use as an opportunity for our youth. The next we talk grants along with other grants programs. So the federal security grant, has been in existence for the last few years, and I talked about, in general, Central Indiana is in its third year. But there are other institutions or other mandirs that are using it. So what we did last year as a key takeaway from our HMSC 2022 was we had some sessions where few of the part of our action item will be we are going to internally talk about those grants, whether mandirs as a religious institution can get those grants. So let us go back, talk to the committee internally and talk to Reggie, and then we will come up with some plan where we will also talk about those federal grants that should be out there that we can await the opportunity. We just heard Deepak Gopalji talking about the Sanskara books, so the action item here for us is to have these books out shortly. Hopefully the next year, if we can get a few of them out, that's our for this next year. And then the last that we had talked about is, as Ms. Lakshmanji talked about, healthy heart and lifestyle. So Sanatani, the lifestyle. Some kind of so that we can put some slides, some information together on how we can follow this Sanatani Sattvic lifestyle. So there are 4 action items as part of HMEC. Namaskar, and then I will hand it over to Lakshmiji, who will give you the wrap up for the HMEC.
Before Lakshmiji speaks, I would like order, bringing everybody together, making them understand that what the message is. Which comes from the speakers. We all know he has So we are glad.
Yes. Across the country. And then COVID happened. And then when we emerged out of the COVID, we got the right. So we did it last year at Cincinnati. So we did a few things last year, right? And we again, as we got the two together, we're still trying to figure out things like trying to figure out actually how to coexist, right? Actually, and not to take anything away from either conference. So we took a step forward this year and we announced a program and we worked with the agenda. We were able to incorporate most of the piece, discussions and ideas to back the conference. And this year again, we were able to honor last year to the Cincinnati conference, right? And the guys. And this year we made up for that. We went to basically the Cincinnati what we could not do, right? So from that perspective, actually, again, we asked for forgiveness, 95% of that we had last year, but we made again, it's improvements, right? So this year's conference, actually, looking back, we had not been involving role of priests, and this is a continued discussion, right? This is role involved in that. So continue to evolve, right? And then we heard through we have heard actually presentation actually we do not here, but we heard it from through
Senior living program.
Yeah, senior living program. So again, this is a priest role, not just as a it's beyond just doing production. So it's taking to the next level, right? Next level, which is the community service as well. So
If there's some audio problems, so can please come forward, that will be helpful. Because our sound system, the Yoga sound system is not working, so please come forward.
Sure. So, great discussion again. He provided an example forward actually, right? For the rest of the community here. And then we had a panel discussion on how can we engage and possibly train the groups are basically condition here in the United States. How can we train them systematically actually towards performing some other rituals? If we perform the rituals, how can we explain the rituals effectively? Right? We had a panel on that as well. A couple of themes actually that emerged actually from this whole conference. Right. Number one, the role of the priest is evolving, and we have to keep the dialogue alive.
and continue to evolve in that. And we have to find the ways to to make sure that the priest leadership role continues to stay as a leadership, right? Within the temple conference, right? So there is a role that we as a management can do. There's a role we as bhaktas of the devotees can do, and there's a role that the priest themselves do as well, making sure that leadership role of guiding hand stays the way. And so that's one vertically. But two is there needs to be, there is a need and there is an interest and there is an engagement actually for more education, right? Whether it's in ritualistic education or education in English, so we need to make sure that we involve that discussion as well and continue to forge forward. So that's the two themes. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Sajjan Agarwal ji, Board of Trustees, HSNC, Himanshu Desai, ji for the board of member, and हमारे आंटी जी, शर्मा आंटी जी, जिनको हम प्यार से शर्मा आंटी जी बोलते हैं. We would like to have them to welcome you all to the next HMEC to North Carolina. Sharma aunty and family, they are a founding member of the HSNC, Hindu Society of North Carolina. Please come.
Right. Already आपको बता दिया आंटी जी and uncle, all the whole community calls her auntie. They be the founding members of the HSNC the last 40 years. We're really excited and we invite all of you. And I'm really the youngsters. I saw some of the youngsters here. I hope a lot more youngsters, a lot more temples. And one thing, we won't have it over there, we'll have it at our temple conference, so that we have a change. I do want to again thank the Tejal Ben and all the HMCC team for arranging such a great event, and the BAPS team, something which all temples can learn about the organization. Thanks.
Yeah, we like to all you can come and knock around it and then see how they are going to work it out better way. We learn something from here. Always we learn, every day we have a new procedure, so we learn. And it was beautiful. Thank you so much. Please give a big hand to Sajjan. He worked very hard and all this thing. And she will be there next year. Please all come, I can see if I allow. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. Namaskar. It's a privilege and honor for me to be associated with HSNC, Hindu Society of North Carolina. I just moved after COVID, and I'm really blessed that I'm associated with a living institution like Sharmaji and Dr. Sharma. They are the founder of the Hindu Mandir, first Hindu Mandir in Raleigh area. Now, in North Carolina is a very rapidly growing community. Right now, we are 30,000 plus population is there, and it is a very growing community. So we want you all to welcome, plus with the visionary founders and executives like Sajjan. The Hindu temple right now under expansion. We have acquired 22 acres of land surrounding our present mandir. It will be the temple for the next generation plus community center and whatnot. So we want all you to come next year to our North Carolina, Raleigh area, and we will do our best to provide you all the facilities.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, HSNC leadership team. Dhanyavad. Now I will invite Ajay Shahji to share his parting thoughts for HMEC, and then we will move into the next segment of our program. Ajay Shahji.
Namaste. Thank you, Tejalben. Yesterday I had like 45 seconds at the BAPS. Today I have been given 3 to 4 minutes, so I'm still trying to give away a Starbucks card. So can you go to the next slide, please? Showing you. Thank you. Oh, the next slide. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. This does not count against my time, I hope. Is it right? I know. It was there. I know. So I'm still trying to give away the Starbucks card. So I had a picture. When you identify the picture, I'm feeling pretty confident because now I'm like 2 of 2. I offered, nobody took it. So I'm like, okay, this is engaging the audience. Nobody is winning. I'm still keeping the cards as is, so it's all good. But let me just first start by saying, so I don't need the slide for that, whenever it comes up. But I want to just first thank the organizing team here in local New Jersey area. It's an enormous amount of work, and they work literally day and night to make it happen, along with Tejalben, so Ramoji, Arunji, Sanjayji is still working, Jayji, all of these, Archanaji, of course, our president for New Jersey. All of them have been working night and day to make this happen, so I cannot thank them enough. Cannot thank BMPS enough. They are the grand sponsors. All the food that you have seen here, the wonderful food, I told them it's like 1 pound a day, 1 pound of meal food. And I probably have a chance, so I probably have to do some fasting for days to come to recover from this. So I want to thank BMPS as well. And really, it is a new beginning, but in the context of the past, right? It has taken 20 years of journey. I remember Abhayaji, in the very early days, Sanjay Bhai coming, and showing the first presentation of HMEC, and to build that up from that. You may be surprised to know that so far over 500 unique mandirs have actually participated in HMEC. So you may see 50 mandirs, 100 mandirs at any given conference. People cannot come every year and all that, but if you look at the cumulative effect,
Ajay bhai, other was good. Other was good. अजय भाई बीच में आ जाइए.
I'm still waiting for my slides, enormous slide. But anyway, coming back to this, right? I think, so 20 years of work, and it is not, when we say new beginning, it's not really something that we are saying that we are discarding the old. I think we are building upon the old. And what it means is that in last 20 years, the mandirs in America, the surrounding communities of mandirs have changed. There was a time when the purpose of the mandir was that we want to keep Hindu kids Hindu. And that has not gone away. Right? But at one point, there were only about 1 million Hindus, 20 years ago. 2 million Hindus today, and I keep harping on this number, and I'll keep harping till the cows come home, right? There are almost 10% of American population follows Hindu Dharma. 10%. There was an article in Newsweek that came out a few years ago which said, "We are all Hindus now." It was an editorial. And you know why it said that? Because the Hindu practices have become so pervasive in mainstream American life. And because these practices have become so pervasive in mainstream American life, that everyone is to some extent or the other following Hindu dharma. I'll give you the numbers I have. There's 6 million Hindus, including H1B holders, and 300,000 coming every year. So you count F1 visa holders, at least 200, 300,000 there in America. Count all of that, there are about 5 to 6 million Hindus. There are 6.5 million people who practice Buddhist, so dharmic traditions, right? We're talking about dharmic traditions. There are 6 million Buddhists. Okay, that takes the number to 6.5, so 12.5. There are 450,000 people who identify as Sikhs and Jains and everyone else, right? Sanatan Dharmas. So that takes us to about 13 million. There are almost 30 million people who practice yoga, meditation. I just need to get trying to hook up it up. Anywhere in the system. With the HDMI cab cable, that would be good. No, just the video. Just the slides. Just the slide. I don't need video. I just need just the plugin page. Carry on. Yeah. Okay, so continuing, right? Count the people practicing Ayurveda, meditation, all of that. That number is enormous. That's almost 9 to 11% of American population that practice all of that. And if you look at the Monday, no, this one, my presentation. Very good. Okay. I start this question. Alright, I'll come back to my original thought, right? Because I only about 3 minutes starting now. 2 minutes. Alright. What structure is this and why is this? I don't have time to do it at the end, so I'm kind of rushing now. So please forgive me. I'm not giving any hints. Good, Sanaji, you should know that. You know this topic more than anyone else. Because Sanaji, for people who don't know, is such a scholar. She has written a lot of books. She's done extensive research. So I thought you would. I was going to exclude you from the competition because if anyone you can know this. It is the Mundeshwari temple. No.
Next slide and show Mundeshwari temple.
Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. It is the Mundeshwari temple. It is located in Ramgarh village in the Mundeshwari hill in Bihar. And the reason I showed this is because this is the oldest Hindu mandir in North America. Remember, North India. South India has a lot of old mandirs. And you know the history, I don't want to go over it, but North India does not have ancient mandirs. This is the oldest active Hindu mandir in North India. Okay. Go to the next slide. On a day we inaugurated yesterday, it was the newest Hindu mandir in America. I thought it was a good context to show the oldest Hindu mandir in America. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. 1 minute, okay. So this matters because you guys all know this. I'm not going to repeat it. Go to the next slide. A couple of things I want to say. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, previous slide. So if you look at the mandirs, right? Mandirs are always the center of community life, right? Spiritual life. But mandirs have been a lot more than centers of spiritual life. Go to the next slide. This is the Bhadeshwar Mandir in Tanjavur in Tamil Nadu. This mandir, this is a really ancient mandir. It had large library of books and it also provided free meals. Keep HMEC in mind, keep the Hindu mandirs in America in mind. This happened 2000 years ago. They had a library, They provided free meals. Go to the next slide. This is the Meenakshi Mandir. It had a school, it had a library, and it had a hospital. Okay, this is the Meenakshi Mandir in Tanjore. Madurai, in Madurai. And this is the history of our mandirs. They were more than just spiritual centers. Let's go to the next slide. This is the 6th century BCE, so Common Era Mandir in Republic of Vaishali. You know why this mandir is famous? This is the mandir where they had sabhas. They discussed the matter of importance of the town and they did voting in there. Go to the next slide. This is the Uthimalur Mandir. My wife is going to give me because I didn't the pronunciation. Uttarmel Mandir, Koval in Tamil Nadu. And this is the inscription of democracy over there. Really old. This is about 1300 years old. Next slide. I'll take 30 more seconds. Thank you. There are 1400 Hindu mandirs in America, but there are 4100 Buddhist mandirs, there are 450 Gurudwaras, 100 Jain Derasas, over 6000. The target for next year. That's why I said give me 30 more seconds because I was setting a target for you. 6,000. Okay, you have to have at least 20% of them in next HMEC. Alright, next slide. We talk about community. All of this context is setting stage for the future. Mandirs becoming the center of community. Federal grants are available. Next slide. And so mandirs can become voting centers. Please go to hinduvote.org. And it's a Hindu Pact initiative, HBA initiative, and we can get more details on that. But I just want to conclude by saying thank you. I look forward to seeing 20% of 6,000 Dharmic temples next year in HMEC. Thank you.
Let's get the startup start.
Namaste. Let's not take time. Archana, please come here. Hospitality team has worked very hard with the help of BAPS. So I would like to recognize hospitality team, New Jersey chapter. And hospitality team would like to share their thoughts.
Namaste, Pranam, Hari Om, Shri Sadguru Devaya Namah, Shri Sadguru Devaya Namah. मैं अर्चना एंटायर VHPA न्यू जर्सी चैप्टर और एंटायर VHPA नेशनल टीम की ओर से आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कल हम सबने मंदिर में बार बार यही बात सुन रहे थे, शास्त्र, मंदिर और प्रीस्ट, पंडित, यही ज्ञान का भंडार है और यही से ज्योत प्रज्वलित होती कराते हुए हिंदुत्व के प्रकाश को फैला रही है। और मेरी ऐसी आशा है कि हम ऐसे ही एक साथ जुड़े हुए इसी प्रकाश को आगे फैलाते जाएंगे। पिछले 3 दिन से जी बहुत काम कर रही है इस HMEC और HMPC की कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए, लेकिन 3 दिन से हम लोग बाहर बैठकर इतने भावुक हो रहे हैं, ऐसा लगता ही नहीं है कि हम लोग हजारों मील दूर भारत से यहाँ अपनी कर्म भूमि में हैं। शायद वहाँ मुझे अच्छा लगता है और मुझे तो आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन और ऐसी आशा है कि आप हिंदू हेरिटेज मंथ से भी इसी तरह जुड़े रहें। अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाए, बहुत बड़ा एक काम हुआ है हिंदू हेरिटेज मंथ का। हम लोग पिछले सप्ताह एक बहुत बड़े कार्यकर्ता के साथ बैठे थे जो भारत से आए थे और वहां पर प्रश्न आया कि हमारी सरकार अभी बहुत काम कर रही है और अब हम उनका बोलते हैं कि हम हिंदू हैं, कभी ना कभी बीच में हमारी आवाज ये पिछले बहुत से वर्षों से पहले से ही अमेरिका में कर रहा है और आप सब लोगों के सहयोग से ही संभव हो रहा है। तो आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरे ख्याल से मैंने बहुत किया है और अभी सुबह से हमारी चुनौतियां खड़ी हैं और बहुत बड़े बड़े भस्मासुर हमारे सामने खड़े हैं। हमें उनका सबका सामना करते हुए एक एक पल कदम कदम एक साथ आगे बढ़ाना है। ये जो मोतियों की माला है देखने में बहुत सुंदर लगती है, बहुत से मोती एक साथ पिरोए होते हैं, लेकिन उसके पीछे एक धागा है। उस धागे पर किसी की दृष्टि नहीं जाती, लेकिन अगर वो धागा कहीं कमजोर हो गया तो सारे मोती फैलकर कहाँ कहाँ फैलते हैं, हमें इकट्ठे करना भी बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो VHPA मेरे हिसाब से वही एक धागा है जिसका पीछे से बहुत बड़ा सेक्रीफाइस है और हम इस माला को पिरोए हुए हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मुझे 0 मिनट अल्टीमेटम मिल गया है। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आशा करते हैं कि हम लोगों को ऐसा सौभाग्य मिलता रहेगा कि न्यू जर्सी में हम लोग इस तरह के कार्यक्रम please come forward and write on the night. Please come forward.
Everyone received this in their package, the Shraddha Scholarship. We just started 2 years now. 14 students are currently on this scholarship. But the other goal I have, you can talk detail about this separately, but the minor request is, in your community, your township, there must be 3 or 4 high schools. Please start a local $100, $200 scholarship, which gives you opportunity, because all schools hold award ceremonies. And in that award ceremony, you are giving a scholarship to a Hindu student. You get a stage, you get time to talk about our dharma. So I've been witnessing for 4 years, when my niece, my nephew, daughters, they receive awards. They were the top students in the school, but they didn't get any cash prize. And I'm there as a Rotary member, giving a $100 check and talking about Rotary. And there are now, Jesuit priests coming, there is the Episcopal Church coming, there is now Maldives are coming, they're giving awards. They talk about their dharma, they talk about their charity, and there is no Hindu student getting any scholarship. So please start a small scholarship in your community to make our next generation aware. And then we are doing this larger project, so if you want to be part of it, please reach out to me. That is the only request I have. Very much.
Okay, can everybody stand up? So please repeat after me. Sarvamangala-mangalyam Devim Sarvartha-sadikam Sharanyam Sarvabhutanam Namo Bhumi Mataram Satchidananda Rupaya Vishwamangala Hetave अजय्यम आत्मसामर्थ्यम सुशीलं लोकपूजितं ज्ञानं च देहि विश्वेश ध्येयमार्गप्रकाशकम् समुत्कर्षोऽस्तु नो नित्यं निःश्रेयससमन्वितः तत्साधकं स्फुरद्वन्तः सुधीरं व्रतपुञ्जलं विश्वधर्मप्रकाशेन विश्वशान्ति प्रवर्तते हिन्दुसङ्घटनाकार्ये ध्येयनिष्ठा स्थिरास्तु नः संघशक्तिर्विजयक्रियं कृत्वा स्मधर्मरक्षणं परमं वैभवं प्राप्तुं समर्थाः सुखवासिषा त्वदीये पुण्यकार्येऽस्मिन् विश्वकल्याणसाधके त्यागसेवाव्रतस्यायं कायो मे पततु प्रभो विश्वधर्म की जय। धन्यवाद।
We will have a little break, 5 minutes of break, and we will come back very quickly to this hall for the Hindu Heritage Month formal inauguration in person for first time. So let's have a joyous inaugural ceremony all together. We will have a Dhol Tasha also joining us outside. So I would suggest everybody to just stay in the foyer of the lobby, and we will all join soon for the Hindu Heritage Month inaugural ceremony.
Hello. If there are local people here, I think little logistic, our youth wants to go to the airport, so if they can get a ride around 2 o'clock. If you are a local here and you would like to give a ride to our youth, please let me know. Okay?
Yeah, please take your seats. We are about to start the inaugural program for Hindu Heritage Month. Please come and take your seats. We are on a tight schedule. Please come back and take your seats. Thank you so much. Namaste. Please come back. We're starting almost an hour late, and we have a tight back end. Please come back and take your seats.
Hi, Rishi. Good to see you.
All settled in?
More or less, yeah.
That's good.
Thank you.
Takes almost we're still to unpacking our
Yeah, it takes a
so
while.
long.
Takes a while.
Namaste everyone. Please return to your seats as we go begin the inaugural session of the Heritage Month. Namaste everyone. Please return to your seats as we will begin the inaugural session for Hindu Heritage Month. Namaste everyone. Thank you so much for being here for the inaugural session for Hindu Heritage Month. We'd like you to please take your seat as we begin the program. My name is Shokhi Sharkar, and I'm the chairperson of Hindu Students Council, and I'm so happy to be a part of the inaugural session today as an servant leadership. Namaste everyone. If you please take your seat, we will begin right now. Everyone, please take your seats.
Please respect and have seat. We have to start our next session, please. My humble request to every single one, please sit down, take your seat. I'm very sorry. We can't wait anymore. We are really delayed.
शुभं करोति कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते असतो मा सत्कमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति एकं शतनामं अनेकं शतरूपं अनादिं अनन्तं Namaste everyone. I hope you enjoyed listening to the Hindu Heritage Month theme music video. My name is Jyoti Sarkar. I am proud to serve as the chairperson of Hindu Students Council and the MC for today's event. So I'd like to welcome you all to the inaugural session of Hindu Heritage Month. And as we begin the ceremonies, I would like to call for the Shaktinan, so Tejal Shahji. She's the Joint Secretary of VHPA and the HMEC convener. Would you please join us to the front to light the ceremonial lamp?
I'm not blocking you, right? Where are you from? Taranata. Our school is from. I'm from Bharat.
I would like to request today's distinguished guest, Shri Rajiv Malhotra ji, for the Deep Pragatya. Jai Bansal ji, please join Rajiv Malhotra ji for the Deep Pragatya.
नहीं, I have to manage that.
So that office you are going back.
Over audio also, they are matching up over there also.
Sunday.
I would like to invite Lakshmi Prajapati and Swati Ben to come for the Shankna.
Swati Ben, please come forward for the Shankana. Swati Ben, are you here? Lakshmanji, are you here, please? ब्रह्मजी आप आ जाइए. Swati Ben, please come quickly. We are getting late. We have another shank as well if we have somebody else. Swati Ben, please come fast. Swati Ben needs to do this because we wanted to have a ladies representation for the Shankna. Don't worry, Lakshmanji is not here, so please start. Go in the center. Thank you, Swati Ben.
Thank you so much. We begin today's program with a recital of shlokas from chapter 12 of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita by 3 young students from the Monroe Township. Snigdha Malakapeta, Shreshta Malakapeta, and Sanvi Darji. Can you please come to the stage? Sanvi possesses a deep connection to her cultural and spiritual roots. Apart from her spiritual interests, Sanvi is dedicated to sports, excellent in gymnastics, and demonstrates her athleticism and determination. Snigdha is an 8th grader. She is learning Carnatic vocal, Bharatanatyam, saxophone, and Hindi. After completing Telugu courses, she is now volunteering as a Bala Guru at Sreshta is in 4th interested in Carnatic vocal, which is drawing, Telugu, and Hindi, which really display her energetic personality. She likes to participate in Telugu, Hindi, and singing competitions. These 3 children are learning Srimad Bhagavad under the SGS Foundation. And now, without further delay, we invite these 3 young ladies to take the stage to take us through the divine journey through the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, chapter 12, Bhakti Yoga verses. A hymn celebrates cosmic energy.
Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Om Shri Saraswatyai Namaha. Vakratunda Mahakaya. Surya Koti Samaprabha. Nirvighna अक्षरमनिर्देशम् अव्यक्तं पर्युपासते ध्रुवं सन्नियम्येन्द्रियग्रामं सर्वत्र यत्र भुवन्ति मामेव सर्वभूतहिते रताः यस्मान्नोद्विजते लोकः लोकान्नोद्विजते च यः मुक्तो यस्य च मे प्रियः अनपेक्षः उदासीनो गतव्यथः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न हृष्यति न द्वेष्टि शुभपरित्यागी भक्तिमान् यः स मे प्रियः ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे भक्तियोगो नाम द्वादशोऽध्यायः। ॐ शान्ति शान्तिः। Thank you so much to these young girls who are from Hindi, USA. Let's give them another round of applause. We will now welcome another local student, Arab Barchi, to sing the Shiv Tandav. Individual eagerness to learn enables us to perform recitation with grace and authenticity, resonating with the In addition, Arak's participation in Hindi with the competition showed in community service, but he is actually talented in poetry and literature. And relax as he takes us through a divine journey through the Shiva Tandava story of Shiva.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm ready. Whenever you give me the cue, I'll make the presentation. Connects. This is to you. Yeah, sure. Okay. Lift it up.
Thank you. Thank you, Ram. I think we just need to reiterate the message of the song, which is may all be blessed with boundless joy. May all be free from needless fear. And in this world of harmony, may peace and joy prevail. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Hindu community for Hindu Heritage Month is palpable. And I think it comes down to a few simple things. First is this concept doesn't belong to anyone, and therefore it belongs to everyone. No one can claim this is mine, just like air and water, but it's therefore everyone can be part of it. The second thing is what we call open architecture. We do not demand that you do things in a certain way. You simply do it the way you want to, when you want to during the month of October, and in the way you want to do it. It is your tradition, you're celebrating it. Just tell us who you are, when you're going to do it, and when you finish doing it, just share some pictures, some videos, so that we can share it with the world. This is all we ask for, no cost to you. We simply want to be part of the joy that you have in celebrating your heritage and just tell the world about it. So those two simple things, I think, make it truly a, can really make it a truly global phenomenon, and everyone can very easily own it. So I think, what it says is that we stumbled on an idea that seems to work, that seems to, work for everyone, and everyone can join, and hopefully we can use that idea in organizing our Hindu organizations under one umbrella in some way. So where do we go from here? I think firstly we have to grow bigger. We have to, like I said, 200 events is not enough. We are 1 billion strong, and we should be able to do better, lot better than that. More countries, more events, more people, more organizations, all that. Secondly, I think our events have to grow in variety. We, of course, we want to celebrate our festivals. We want to celebrate our culture. We want to be part of Navratri, Durga Puja, Dashera, Diwali, and all that. Those are all wonderful things. But what about connecting with the society in some way? Connecting our values with how we serve the society. Ahimsa Paramo Dharma is great, but ahimsa towards nature, translates into eco-friendliness. And everyone is worried about eco-friendliness. Why don't we publicly claim that space
and make it part of Hindu Heritage Month. That's an example. Blood drive, the organ donation, any of those things save our things that connect us with the community at large and gives us an opportunity to actually tell them who we are, what we stand for, what our value system is. I'll never say don't celebrate Diwali, Dussehra and all that, but doing, broadening the horizon is what's going to make us get closer to our adopter societies. Thirdly, we have to obviously increase the involvement of our next generation. And the only way we can do that is understand what bothers them, what they're concerned about, and then connect our values with the solutions to those problems. That's the only way we're going to connect our next generation with us. Otherwise, we can do all the puja we want in the world. It's not going to work. Fourth, I think we have to increase our connectivity with our elected representatives. Hindu Heritage Month offers a great opportunity, great platform for us to do that, but we have to do our homework. We can't just invite them to our function the last day. We have to actually, increase our intimacy with them on an ongoing basis. That's the only way it's going to function. Finally, we have to increase our connectivity with the society at large, and we talked about some of the seva, activities. But always connect our value system to seva activities. Show them, organ donation actually comes from Gita, which says, body is useless once you're dead. It's the Atma that lives. Therefore, you should be able to donate parts of your body so that others can live. So ultimately, the message that I can offer is we have to sell our values. We have to tell the world who we are, what our value system is, and how they offer solutions to the problems that society faces and is aware of. And that is pretty much all I needed to say. Thank you very much. I'll conclude my remarks here and appreciate everyone being here. And I invite you to be part, of course, these festivities. But beyond that, the entire month of October, celebrate it your own way, on your own time, at your own place. But tell us about it. Dhanyavad.
As you just heard from Dr. Jay Bansalji, the Hindu Heritage Month movement has attracted attention on a global scale. We had been working with the Office of the President of Bharat for some time, hoping for a live address today from the Honorable President. Unfortunately, that has not worked out, so we sincerely apologize for the disappointment. However, it is a matter of immense pride and honor for the Hindu diaspora that the Honorable Prime Minister of Bharat, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has taken the time to recognize Hindu Heritage Month as an important global movement and has sent a congratulatory note and his best wishes. I would like to invite Thoral Mehta ji to give this message now. She is from Staten Island and has been connected with VHPA since childhood, and she is also the Joint Secretary of VHPA. Thoral ji.
Namaste everyone. It is my pleasure to be able to read this very, very distinguished letter from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is truly heartening to learn about the third international celebration of the Hindu Heritage Month during the month of October. Heartiest congratulations and greetings to World Hindu Council of America and everyone who is a part of this admirable endeavor by the Indian diaspora to showcase our rich heritage and glorious traditions. Indian culture has delved deep into various aspects and dimensions of humanity. For its core message of harmonious coexistence, our culture is appreciated and admired far and wide for its inclusive nature. This human-centric spirit of treating the world as one family has been visible in India's G20 presidency as well. The rise of Indians and Indian diaspora in diverse fields from space to sports, trade to technology, has created an immense interest in India, its people, and its culture. The initiative by Indian diaspora organizations to celebrate October as Hindu Heritage Month is highly relevant in this context since it connects the people of various countries with India's heritage. The Indian diaspora has been a great ambassador for heritage and history. It is their innate Indian capability to not only accommodate diversity, but also celebrate it. That has helped them prosper in different countries while living with different cultures. The month of October holds a special relevance in Indian culture due to its connection with some of our important festivals. It is also our individual and collective responsibility to carry forward this legacy and enable future generations to establish a lifelong connection with Ma Bharati. Best wishes to the World Hindu Council of America and all the members of the Indian diaspora in the USA and in various other parts of the world for the celebrations related to the Hindu Heritage Month. Narendra Modi. Thank you very much, everyone, and wonderful letter to get from our Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, Thuralji. I would now like to invite Dr. Pencil to return to the stage to introduce our keynote speaker, Shri Rajiv G. Malhotra.
Hello again. So as you probably know, we are, this year we have introduced a segment in the inaugural program where we are recognizing a number of individuals from the community who have done tremendous service to the community, for the community, have given their, basically a good part of their life in the service of the community without expecting anything in return. And we are really honored to have many of those. We have chosen this year 12 individuals from the Hindu community at large to celebrate their life's journey and their contributions. And I was going to do, we were going to do this hard time constraint that Rajivji is working to. He was very gracious to actually come to this event. He has a family event that is happening in DC, and he has to rush to it. And in fact, the only reason he's here is because he actually committed, he gave me his word that he would be here. Otherwise he probably would not have been able to join us today. So I deeply respect, in keeping his commitment. So thank you for that, Rajivji. Now let me read, he does not really need that much introduction. I think pretty much everyone in this room and everyone who's listening to this, live telecast is probably, knows of Rajivji, but I think tradition demands that I say a few words about, about him and his wonderful work for the community at large. So Rajivji was trained as a physicist and then as a computer scientist, specializing in artificial intelligence in the early 70s. After a successful corporate career in the US, he became an entrepreneur and founded and ran several IT companies in 20 countries. In early 1990s, he exited all his business ventures and founded his nonprofit Infinity Foundation in Princeton, New Jersey. Since then, he has dedicated himself on a full-time basis to researching civilizations from historical, social sciences, and mind sciences perspective. Having said that, his real introduction is through the many books that he has written to raise the awareness of Hindu society at large about our civilizational narrative that has been hijacked and distorted by forces inimical to Hindu ecosystem, and how they continue to plot to erase our civilizational existence even as we speak. His seminal works like Breaking India, Being Different, The Battle for Sanskrit, and of course the latest Snakes in the Ganga, among others, are well known to anyone who is even remotely interested in our civilizational narrative. I, for one, can safely say that everything that I have learned on the subject started with his writings. Just to round out his introduction, Infinity Foundation that he founded has given more than 400 grants for research, education, and community work. This includes strategic grants to major US universities in support of pioneering programs. In India, the foundation has funded and organized some of the earliest and largest international conferences on Indian mind sciences, comparative religion, and related topics. The foundation's affiliate, Infinity Foundation India, regularly conducts Swadeshi Indology conferences to spread its ideas through scholarly publications, video series, and e-learning courses. Those who watch, and I'm sure most of us have, Rajivji on YouTube will also know that he's a fearless and fierce debater. Most of his adversaries know by now of his ability to show them the mirror. However, for those who still feel they can carry on with their colonial-minded narrative, Shri Rajivji is always ready to take them on. So with that, I will like to invite Rajivji to come please and receive our humble honor with a small trophy that we have. And I would like to actually invite Nikunji, the president of Kona, to come and do the honors for us. Rajivji, please join me on the dais. Rajivji, the floor is yours.
Namaste. It's indeed an honor to be here, and I want to thank Jai Bansalji and the organizers of this important event, Hindu Heritage Month. You know, about 35 years ago, when I started all this journey, and it was a full-time, it's not a part-time weekend, I just decided wind up and just put all I have, tan, man, dhan, whatever, into this kind of a cause. There was no such, we didn't have these organizations and institutions. The ones that existed were very kind of scared and basically living with Hinduism inside the temples, but not out there the way we are today. And you see so many organizations outside, none of them existed. In fact, none of them existed 20 years ago. So the first part of the journey was very alone. In fact, I had a hard time being able to give talks in Hindu temples because they felt it would be too controversial. They felt that we should come do the puja and leave and then not talk about really the challenges facing society. And parents didn't want, to raise these issues in school systems. Gurus didn't want anything that would be other than teaching their meditation and those other things. They didn't want to take on the issues. But I could see that churches are indoctrinating with ideas that their people need to live in the world audaciously, and mosques doing this. In fact, I got to know a lot of people in these other religions and found that how they were organized, how the Jewish people were organized, how the Buddhists were organized. It was difficult to get our people to get out and take that responsibility. So it's been a long effort just to raise enough awareness, and I really want to thank all the leaders who are represented here and all the organizations, because without so many people rising, especially in the last, say, I would say 10, 15 years, we would not be here today. We would not be where we are as a community, and we would not have been able to produce the Hindu Heritage Month, which is an amazing organization, a very important organization, and I'm so happy that I get to see this come about. And thank you very much for Jay Bhai and others who've produced this a very important event. So that is my gratitude to the community for doing this kind of response. But I have to also say, I have very limited time has been allocated to me, and so I just want to make a few quick points. I want to say that as leaders of the community, we have to take stock of not only what we've achieved and congratulate ourselves, which is important, and encourage our youth, but we should also take stock of what we are facing and what the others are doing, what the opposing side is doing. I mean, you don't win a cricket match by just saying, okay, I do the best I can. You also must study what the other side is and who they are, what their strengths are, what you're up against. It's always, in our tradition, we call it the Purva Paksha, which means you have to study the other side. So let me tell you a few things that are happening very recently. And this is a trend that's getting accelerated. So we have this caste bill in California, which is a very new event. But 3 years prior to that, we've been writing about it. We've been writing books about it, what Equality Labs is doing, what various people in Harvard are doing, what this whole movement, who's behind it, this wokeism, which brings together the Indian left and the American left, and they have first co-opted the blacks, which is fine because blacks have a genuine right. Then the Muslims came and turned it into a kind of, a platform for fighting their causes. And then the Dalits joined. And the Dalits joined in a very, very serious way. And lately the Khalistanis joined. So you see, this wokeism, which we've written about in this big book, Snakes in the Ganga, is a very serious issue that didn't exist when the first Breaking India came out. It was embryonic, it was in seed form, now it's become pretty bad. So this is not only this Khalistan is not just an isolated thing in Canada. I mean, Scotland, I was there a few months ago, and the Hindus invited me to discuss their issues. Now, Scotland is turning into another Canada, and the government there is actually aligned with these kind of Breaking India forces. So you are going to see more and more pockets of this happening. And the Khalistanis are being used as sort of the aggressive people, the people who are going to go out and do the violence and the fighting. And then the Dalits are not that violent, but they are doing the intellectual work in places like Harvard. And the left is kind of masterminding this. And there are, radical Islamic groups. And I'm not saying that all Islam is like that, but there are certain radical groups that are party to this. And so our leaders need to face it head on. We cannot just be speaking in like-minded gatherings like this, but afraid to speak on the outside. We have to go and speak on the outside. When and I would also say that this violence in Manipur and this Tamil Nadu, Stalin hitting out against Sanatan Dharma and all these other human rights movements, condemning Hinduism, condemning India, in the United States, in the East, in the European Union, in UK, all these places, these are not isolated. These are part of a whole organized network, which we've talked about, we've researched, and it behooves us as part of the Hindu Heritage Month to take stock of what we're up against. And the leaders should take this as a challenge, that we cannot just be celebrating Diwali and in temples doing pujas, but we also have to have an intellectual Kshatriyata. Kshatriyata is a part of what that's what the Bhagavad Gita is all about. You have to be a Kshatriya, and this is the intellectual Kshatriyata that every leader must have. Now, I will tell you a bit disappointment. I went to IITs looking for support for the fact that IITs are being hit by this whole wokeism as a very biased institution. And while there was a lot of lip service, a lot of people promising to help, But when you tell them to come on the stage and support you and stick their neck out, not one, but more than 1 or 2% of the IIT faculty and population are willing to actually do that. So I was very disappointed that here we are sticking our neck out for them. And then Silicon Valley has a lot of very wealthy people. And we are, of course, the Honorable Prime Minister praised the diaspora. And these people, of course, will be in front of the Prime Minister, or when it's time to get accolades or to get a recognition or award or something, they are out there championing everything. But when it's time to stick their neck out in the outside world, it's a different story. We were not able to get any of the Silicon Valley leaders to even make a symbolic statement in support of our position vis-a-vis this whole caste debate going on in their own state. So right there in Silicon Valley are the Sundar Pichais and all these great people, but not only the top tier, even the second tier, even the third tier. I was hosted by Google people in a private room. They didn't want anyone to know, and they're airing all the frustrations about what's going on in Google, and the same thing in many other companies similar to that. And they said, we should know we are here. It's a nice little kind of really supporting me and wanting my advice and help how they can be a Hindu in their company without so much pressure from the other people, so much hatred, so much bias. And not enough our leaders willing to stand up. And yet we think they're great. We are honoring them as icons, idols, worshipping them, giving them all sorts of honor. But when the time comes, you say, stand up and speak on this, they will not do so. So I think then I went to Sri Ravi Shankar in North Carolina. I was invited by one of the board members of his Art of Living that you should explain all this to Sri Ji, he'll help you. A very nice person I've known for 20, 30 years and we're very close, but no official help. This is sort of like willing to, it's one thing to be willing to, speak out, stick your neck out, invest some of your capital, political capital. It's another thing to sort of privately support you, but not be willing to fight the fight. So there is an issue, and this issue needs to be brought to the surface. We have a lot of people who will happily, talk the good stuff in front of each other in closed paddocks and whatnot. But where are they representing us in the media? Where are they in the letter campaigns? Some of the people here worked very hard to initiate lobbies and campaigns, but did not get top level support. We got support from lower, middle level Hindus. The Aam Aadmi Hindu is supporting, but where are the leaders? Whether it's religious leaders, whether it is diplomats, civil service, whether it is community organizations, where are the top leaders? You see, in closing, I want to just make the point. One of the characteristics of Hindu culture has been that leadership is from the front. The leader is the one who leads the battle. It's not from behind. He doesn't sit in a VIP room, clap and tell other junior people to go fight. He leads the fight. This is traditionally the case when you look at our ancient times. Always the leader would go in the front. And even today, the Indian Army takes great pride that the officers, the senior officers, are the ones who lead the fight. They're not sitting in a VIP room with binoculars. A very interesting statistic was pointed out to me by one of the generals in the Indian Army. He said, if you look at casualty figures of India and casualty figures of Pakistan in the different wars that have happened, and you ask yourself, what percent of the Indian casualties were officers? That will tell you whether they're fighting from the front. The higher the percent of casualties that are officers, the greater is the leading from the front. And in the Indian side, a very significant percent of the total casualties are officers, including senior officers. But in Pakistan, the vast majority of the people are Jawans and foot soldiers, and the officers hardly ever facing it because they're not fighting from the front. And he made it a point. He said, this is very important ethos we teach. The leader must fight from the front. So the same thing has to apply to intellectual Kshatriyas. Where are our top leaders in your organization, whatever organization you are in? You should ask, where is the top guys who got all these awards, who are famous and who we celebrate? Where are they on CNN? Why can't they go to the Harvard and fight them? Why can't they go to where the fight is? Why didn't they go in person to the California hearing? Why don't they write a letter to the California governor about why he's doing all this stuff? And you will find they give you nice excuses. They're busy. Somebody else is doing it. They don't know. They don't want to get into controversy. But really, I would like the Hindu Heritage Month to be a kind of a call to the leadership of our community to stick their personal name, reputation on the line for the cause, because that is the ultimate seva that we have to do for our dharma. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much to Shri Rajiv Malhotra ji for his inspirational talk. I would now like to invite Sunita Gulati ji to introduce the next items.
Namaste. Thank you all for joining us in celebrating Hindu Heritage Month. The arts, dance and music are such an integral part of our heritage. Dance offers an excellent channel to introduce our rich culture to our next generation. I am honored to present on behalf of Tarana Dance Academy. Tarana Dance Academy is a premier Kathak institution located in Monroe Township and Cambridge, New Jersey, which specializes in Kathak and semi-classical dances. The inspiration to start the academy by Guru Devjani Roy Chaudhary ji came from the realization that the central theme of Indian tradition is to build dedicated disciples who effectively carry the message of their respected teachers, Guru Shishya Parampara. So our first performance is Guru Charna, Guru Vandana. The lyrics of this song emphasizes the importance and reverence given to gurus in Indian culture, equating them to the divine trinity of Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara. Guru Vandana highlights the immense value and significance that gurus hold in our lives, serving as mentors who impart not just knowledge and discipline, but also guide them towards enlightenment and self-realization. Guru Vandana will be performed by Shruti Bhandari, Divya Venkateshwaran, Satpura Sen, Archana Acharya, Kirti Narayanan, Shreya Shah, Anvi Kumar, Urja Dhami, Anika Patra, and Tanisha Kumar. Please give them a warm applause for this talent.
Guru Charan Pad Sheesh Navam Hari Charan Pad Sheesh Jhukam Guru Charan Pad Sheesh Navam Hari Charan Pad Sheesh Jhukam Hari Aur Guru Rupa Samana Hari Aur Guru Rupa Samana Kahu Charan Vaki Guru Kahu Charan Vaki Guru Guru Charan Kahu Shisha Navam Hari Charan Kahu Shisha Vishnu, Guru Brahma, Guru Shiva, Guru Vishnu, Guru Brahma, Trimukhi Darsa Guru Bhaaye Pakhaye, Trimukhi Darsa Guru Bhaaye Pakhaye, Trimukhi Darsa Guru Bhaaye Pakhaye, Guru Charana Par Sheesh Navaye, Hari Charana Par Sheesh Jhukaye. Gita Gita Sangita Pasevan, Gita Gita Sangita Pasevan, Kaudar Kul Parivar Jani, Kaudar Kul Parivar Jani, Guru Charana Par Sheesh Navaye, Hari Charana Par Sheesh Jhukaye. Yar Dhar Braj Shamagiti, Yar Dhar Braj Shamagiti, Japu Sada Jivan Sukha Paau, Japu Sada Jivan Sukha Paau, Guru Charana Par Sheesh Navaye, Hari Charana Par Sheesh Jhukaye, Guru Charana Par Sheesh Navaye, Hari Charana Par Sheesh Jhukaye, Sheesh Jhukaye, Sheesh Jhukaye.
Beautiful. Kanhare, the second piece, is set to showcase a devotional masterpiece, a rendition of Kanhare, a rag Kedar-based bandish, beautifully sung by the renowned Indian playback singer Neeti Mohan. Please welcome these beautiful performers back to the stage: Shruti Bhandari, Divya Venkateshwaran, Satpura Singh, Archana Acharya. What an amazing performance. Please give them another round of applause. Our next performance is by none other than Guru herself, Srimati Devjani Roy Chaudhary ji. In the rich tapestry of Indian culture, we have revered and worshipped various goddesses, each representing diverse qualities. We bow before the goddesses of knowledge, peace, and compassion, while also seeking blessings from those associated with strength, protection, and destruction. It is their contrasting facets of women's nature that Sakhi celebrates in this piece, Rudrani. Kaushik Sakhi, the pioneering girl band in Indian classical music, led by the renowned classical vocalist Kaushiki Chakrabarti, was created to honor womanhood. The band weaves tales of womanhood through music and dance, paying tribute to our goddesses Ganga, Saraswati, Durga, Lakshmi, Draupadi, Kunti, Sita, Radha, and Meera. So, song Rudrani, Tal Ek Tal, performance by Srimati Devjani Roy Chaudhary.
जय जय जग जननी देवी माता जय जय जग जननी देवी जय जय जग जननी देवी सुर नर मुनि असुर सेवी भक्ति मुक्ति दायिनी हर हरि कालिका जय जय जग जननी देवी माता, जय जय जग जननी देवी, जय जय जग जननी देवी, सुर नर मुनि असुर सेवी, भक्ति मुक्ति दायिनी हरणी कालिका। मंगल मुद सिद्धि सदरि पर्व शर्वरी शबरी, तापति निरतरुण करणी चरण मालिका। जय जय जग जननी देवी माता, जय जय जग जननी देवी। चंद्रवरदानी जग जगत की जननी चढ़ी सिंह चढ़ी कोप धरी भावत सबर, चंद्र की चमक लिखि दामिनी धमाक सिर मोट करि मार कपि सो देव दंड, रिंग शंकेश लट लट कपि दंड परमानो सत फल आज मुख चले, लाल लोचन भय नरन की सुन सो खास रट्टाट करि बंत हर देख, प्रगल पर चंड निकि चंड चामुंड करि जस्ट जहलात मन पटि मारे, ब्रह्मादि इंद्रादि सनकादि देवादि कृतधन्य जस गान गायो, जय जय मां शिवानी, जय मां भवानी, जय मां दुर्गे, जय मां दुर्गे, जय मां जय जय। सुन सिर धनुष बाण, सरे हरे 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 चरण कर कृपाल, सुन सिर धनुष बाण, धरण धरण दान धरण रण करालिका। भूतना पिशाच प्रेत डाकिनी साकिनी समेत, भूत ग्रह बेताल हर निकाल जालिका। जय जय जग जननी देवी माता, जय जय जग जननी देवी।
बजेगा भारत झूमेगा भारत।
I would like to now call Srimati Devdani Roy Chaudhary and her entire dance troupe to please come to the front of the stage so that we can applaud you all once again. Thank you so much and apologies for the technical difficulty. Please join us in the front so we can give you a round of applause. Thank you once again to our wonderful dance troupe. The next item in our agenda is the American Hindu Lifetime Contribution Award.
It is with great pride that we rise today to recognize a number of special individuals who have dedicated their whole lives in the service of Hindu society. To conduct this segment, I invite Dr. Jay Bansal back to the podium.
Thank you. It's really an honor and a privilege to be in the company of such distinguished people who have given a large part of their life for the service of the Hindu community. We stand, if we stand tall, it is because we stand on the shoulders of these giants. So it is truly, I'm humbled when I listen and look at the lives and life histories and the biographies of these individuals. And it will be a true privilege for me to introduce each one of them one by one, read a little bit about their background and what they have done for all of us, and then I'll invite them to the podium and to come and receive the honors. I also have to note with a touch of sadness, in fact more than a touch of sadness, that 4 of the 12 individuals actually are no longer with us. So we have 4 posthumous awards. I will start with those first, and then we will recognize the other individuals who are here in the audience. Many of them are here in the audience with us. So, when you see a man doing great work, you may know that God's special power is manifested through him or her. This quote is by Swami Ramakrishna, and it would appear to be tailor-made for the first honoree of this segment, and that is Dr. Mahesh Mehta ji. The founder and life force of not just Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America, but many other organizations represented in this hall. I did not personally know Dr. Mahesh Mehta, but after reading about his life and getting a sense of what he has done for the Hindu society globally, I find myself without adequate words to describe him. Those who knew him talk about him in superlative terms: great thinker, exceptional organizer, influential motivator, convincing orator, gifted writer, and the list goes on and on. Here I can only trace the broad contours of this great man's contributions. He came to the US in 1960s, like many of us in this hall, held 2 doctorate degrees and a degree in law, and worked as a research scientist in the field of membrane technology. However, his real legacy lies in building the Hindu movement in North America and positioning Hindus as the leading contributors to their adopted country. His legacy also lives through the legions of Karyakartas whom he inspired with his leadership and personal example. In 1970, sensing the need for institutions to provide religious and cultural education, he founded the Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America, which under his guidance and leadership pioneered institutions like Bal Vihar and summer youth camps. These models of youth education have now been successfully adopted by almost all Hindu organizations and temples. In addition, he was instrumental in establishing Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh, Hindu University of America, Hindu Student Council, Ekal Vidyalaya Foundation, Hindu Mandir Executive Conference, the reason why we are here, India Quality Group, Global Indians for Bharat Vikas, Overseas Friends of BJP, among many other organizations. I'm actually tired, by just reading the number of institutions and organizations this person started. Amazing. This young Purush passed away in December 2021 at the age of 86. He is survived by his life partner, Ragini ji, who herself is unfortunately in not very good health as we speak. Today, with a great sense of gratitude, we honor his life's work, and with this award, I will hold the award right this moment because the next person is very intimately tied to Mahesh Mehta ji's life, and their work goes together. So I will read the citation for the next person as well, and that next person is none other than Anjali Ben Pandya. Anjali ji is someone who faced major adversity at a very young age, but used that adversity to grow as a person and become a leader who everyone loved and admired. Anjali Ben Pandya grew up in Ahmedabad, got married at the age of 21, and lost her husband to cardiac arrest when she was merely 24 years old and had a 2-year-old son. However, she was lucky to receive strong moral and financial support from none other than her brother-in-law, Dr. Mahesh Mehta. Anjali Ben's journey in public life began with volunteering for Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America. She began as a graphics designer, layout artist, and typesetter for VHP's magazine, Hindu Vishwa. And her dedication was with her dedication, she ultimately rose to become the General Secretary of the organization. She played a huge role during Hindu conferences in 1984 and 1993 and other major events organized by the HPA. Anjali Ben had a tremendous talent to connect with people and cheered everyone with humor and a smile. She was the epitome of selfless volunteership, totally committed to Hindu causes. We note with profound sadness that having won so many battles in her life, she lost her last one to cancer in May of 2021. We salute her sunny personality and her lifetime contributions to Hindu causes with this award. So with that, may I invite Dr. Abhay Asthana ji to come and receive the award on behalf of both Dr. Mehta ji and Anjali Ben. Abhay ji. If Abhay ji is not here, may I invite Jaya ji to come and receive the award, please. Thank you, Jaya. I'm sure you'll be duly conveying these words to the two recipients, the families of the two recipients. Thank you. The next person I'd like to read about is Dr. Ram Prakash Agrawal ji. Dr. Agrawal was a fighter, battling cancer both personally as well as professionally. Throughout his 60-year career, he made remarkable contributions to finding a cure for cancer. He worked as a research scientist at Brown and Boston universities and was named Professor Emeritus at University of Miami. His research interests included bioethics, spirituality, and integrative medicine with a special emphasis on Ayurveda and yoga as therapeutical tools in the cure for cancer and AIDS. He had a passion for bridging ancient Vedic knowledge with modern medicine and published hundreds of research papers on these subjects. Dr. Agarwal was active in Hindu community both locally and globally. He was the former president of VHP, Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America, and founding member of International Hindu University of America. His main mission was to explore and propagate the scientific basis for Vedic culture and its relevance to modern world. He ardently defended and promoted his faith and culture to the very end. It is with profound sense of loss and sadness that we note that Dr. Agarwal passed away in August 2023. However, we are honored to have his wife Niruji here and his son Arjun Agarwal. I am assuming both of them are in the hall here. Okay, please, if you would kindly come to the dais. And I would invite Shri Vimal Sudhani ji, a long-term Karyakarta of VHPA, to come and do the honors. Incidentally, I should note that there is a family connection going on here. Arjunji is Vimalji's son-in-law, so it's all in the family. Okay. The next person that we would like to honor is Shri Milind Makwanaji. I have to say that, that we are obviously extremely proud and honored to offer this award to him, but also with a very heavy heart. Shri Milind Makwanaji, a legendary fighter in the name of Hindu causes, passed away roughly 2 months ago. While he was fighting against one of the most vile and consequential legislation against the Hindu society, namely California SB 403. Born and raised in Mumbai, Milindji began his journey in the United States in 2004 as a high-tech professional. He got connected with HSS activities around that time and became one of its most ardent Karyakartas. Milindji had a heart valve defect since birth. He was operated upon in his childhood and then again in 2022. However, it did not stop him from his civic activities. Recently, as we all know, California SB 403 was rearing its ugly head, and Milindji was always at the front, fighting against it. While he himself came from so-called marginalized Hindu community, he firmly believed that this law that was supposed to protect the marginalized community was in fact counterproductive and regressive. Although recovering from major surgery, as I mentioned, Milindji continued raising awareness among the community and elected officials, demanding that lawmakers vote down this evil act. On July 18th this year, he was at a public hearing in Cupertino to denounce the bill, sad to say this was to be his last battle in the service of Hindu community. For that night, he breathed his last. So to this, there is someone from Atlanta, someone from HSS who's come to receive this award on Milenji's behalf. I would like to invite her to please come to the podium and receive the award on Milenji's behalf. Shala Goswamiji, thank you so much for receiving this on behalf of Milenji. Okay, thank you so much, Rajivji. I'm sorry we're not able to was not able to go out with you, but thank you for your being here and. So one thing before I announce the next honoree, we have to note that Hindu Heritage Month is already in progress with Augusta. We have a number of events that are already taking place. We have received a number of proclamations from different states, 5 states in fact already. I won't remember all of them offhand. Georgia comes to mind, Ohio comes to mind, Pennsylvania. I believe Wisconsin and Arizona just came in. Boy, I did remember them all, more or less. A number of cities have also issued, counties. So, look, the piece of paper that you receive is, you can't buy a cup of coffee with it. But it is us connecting with the corridors of power that makes it all worthwhile. So please go out and, connect with your elected representatives, get these proclamations, not for the sake of proclamations, but for the sake of connecting and letting them know who we are, what we represent, and what we stand for. Thank you. 2 things that I just want to mention in the passing. Chicago is running a blood drive as we speak, as part of Hindu Heritage Month. And there's a 5K walkathon going on in Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm sure there are many, many other events that probably did not get registered on our community calendar. And that is, and I would appeal again that please, 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 if you're holding an event, make it part of Hindu Heritage Month. It doesn't cost you anything. All right. It is now a true privilege to introduce our next honoree. And that is Shri Brahmaratna Agrawalji. Brahmaratna, I hope you're here. So let me read a little bit about Brahmji and all the wonderful things that he has been doing for the Hindu community for forever, really. So Brahmaratna is the chairperson of the board of Park Square Homes, a land development and home building company in Orlando, Florida, celebrating over 35 years in business. More importantly, he is a long-term supporter of Hindu causes. He is one of the biggest benefactors of Hindu University of America and formerly is chairman of the board. In fact, I would dare say that if Hindu University of America is alive today, a lot of that credit must go to the gentleman who is standing. He's a long-term member of VHPA Governing Council and a big supporter of its activities over the long haul. He's also chairman of the Patanjali Yoga Peeth, actively involved in Param Shakti Peeth. He has served on the board of Indian American Chamber of Commerce and Community Foundation of Central Florida. He's involved in many philanthropical organizations in the United States and India. His community service has included peace missions to India and Pakistan. So, Brahmaratna, thank you so much. I was going to invite Sanjay Mehta if he's in the hall. Oh, Sanjay, please come. Yeah, please. Yeah. please come to the podium if you don't mind. We have an extra mic that we can give to please take the.
You know, we keep talking about Hindus don't have pride. They don't have pride because we don't understand what Hinduism is all about. If people ask you what's the Hanuman, was he a monkey? What will you say? And Ganesh with the elephant head. So people feel we are worshipping animals and Durga with 10 hands. So it's a big problem and children ask us questions. So we came up with a booklet which explains the significance of all the murtis in the temples. I'm born in Africa, but people in India, I don't understand why wouldn't they come up with this. And Osho says, a community which has ideals like Ram, Krishna, Hanuman and all, how could that be enslaved for 1,000 years? What is the answer? Because we have been doing puja and all without real significance. Anybody who thinks of Hanuman. So we came up with this booklet which explains the significance, what Ganesha is all about. This very picture can teach you art of living. This one picture. And then of course all these other, by the way, I talked to an imam, and why I started this was a Muslim was sitting next to me in a flight, and he asked me, why do you worship stones? This is what Muslims think, that we worship stones. And then a lot of Christian friends, when we go for lunch, and they say, oh yes, I know about Hinduism. You people worship millions of gods and goddesses, you worship cow, and you practice sati pratha and things like that, and untouchability, this sort of thing. This is what Christians feel. So then we came up with this booklet, and the funny thing was, one of the conferences,
Akrati, kindly stand and be recognized. Please. Thank you so much for your support, for your presence, and for all the things that you do for the community.
So please support and vote us for the mayor and council. Thank you. My name is Anjan Karnati. I live in Monroe almost 15 years. Previously I lived in Plainsboro 10 years. Total 25 years I've been living in America, and I am an IT professional. Now I am stepping up on behalf of our community and participating in elections to represent our community, our Indian community. So please bless us, support us, and to win these elections. My council partner, other partners are Adam Durando and Joellen, and they are also councilmen. And mayor actually candidate, he didn't show up today, and he's busy with other meetings. And he is actually sitting council. He's contesting. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Okay, the next person we'd like to honor is actually was not able to travel. And that gentleman is Shri Abdesh Agrawalji. He's a social entrepreneur, a hotelier, and a well-known philanthropist from Los Angeles area. He was the president of Uma Enterprises, one of the largest importers and wholesalers in home decor industry. Shri Agrawalji and his wife Uma Agrawal have been the patrons of YU, the Yoga University, since 2014, and funded that university during the long licensing period that spanned 7 years. The Agrawal family continues to support the university with a consistent and continued basis, and they support many other causes in the community and the world around. To receive the honor, the award on behalf of Aveshji, may I invite Shri Amtabji to come and to receive it. So you have to be in the hall. I mean, I'll be calling randomly. So you have to be present here all the time. Cannot miss it for a moment. Thank you, Amtabji. The next person we would like to read citation about in honor is Shri Shiv Kumar Agrawalji. Shri Shiv Agrawalji has been actively serving the community for the last 40 years. From developing the first and only indoor Indian mall in North America and leading numerous cultural and non-profit organizations, Shivji focuses his energy, time, and finances on supporting the Indian community and local charities in US and Atlanta, Georgia area. Opened in 2001 as the first indoor South Asian mall in North America, Global Mall holds community at its heart and core. The mall serves as a community center with everything under one roof, including temples, dance, music academies, learning centers, a yoga studio, a banquet hall, a food court, and full-service Indian restaurant, along with jewelry, clothing, gift, Ayurvedic, and homeopathic stores. Global Mall serves as an avenue for Indians to start new ethnic businesses, has hosted many Indian dignitaries and religious leaders, and is a home to a free health clinic for the needy run by Georgia Indian American Physicians Association. Shiv Agrawalji is passionate about his community and supports numerous cultural heritage and non-profit organizations with his time, energy, ideas, and finance. And give him a big round of applause. And I would invite Amitabh to come and give the honors. I'm sorry you cannot sit down for too long, Amitabh. This is your punishment for being the General Secretary of Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America. There you go, there you go. So, Shivji, thank you so much for all the work you do for the Hindu community at large. The next person we would like to read about, talk about, and honor is Dr. Professor Madhu Javeri ji. Professor Madhu Javeri joined the faculty of University of Massachusetts at Dartmouth in 1974 in civil engineering department and retired as a full professor in 2006. During his long career, he served as a mentor and supporter of many students. His help was not limited to academic matters. In fact, it was extended to providing ride to them to the airport, helping them with finding housing, providing food, and counseling. Whatever the challenge, he was always there like a family member. Along the way, Professor Madhu Javeri founded and served in senior positions of several community organizations, such as India Student Association of UMass Dartmouth, Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America, International Hindi Association. He started a week-long summer camp for children in 1979 to impart Hindu ethical values to them, which recently observed its 42nd anniversary and served as a model for many other camps around the country. Professor Javeri is a man of many talents. A book of his poems in Gujarati has been published, but his most significant contribution is his book Shabda Bharati, which is described as a seminal contribution by many. He illustrates how through the use of roots, prefixes, suffixes, and qualifiers, millions of new technical Sanskrit words can be created to serve human needs far into the future. The richness of Sanskrit language is apparent because his words are related to the characteristics represented by these words. Like many other successful men, he is supported by his wife, Shri Pallavi Javeri ji. They live in Lakeville, Massachusetts, and are parents to two talented adult daughters. And I'm hoping one of them is present here in the hall. Unfortunately, Professor Javeri is not keeping great health these days. Instead, we have, I believe we have, okay, there we are. Sorry, I did not have time to get to know you. But we welcome you, and thank you so much to be here to receive a award for everything. And to do the honors, may I ask Sanjay Kaulji to please step up to the podium. So, Mona ji and Jan, thank you so much for being here. Sanjay Kaulji is from our Boston chapter, also a member of the executive board of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America. Okay, I know I stand with you at the lunch, so we'll try to rush things as much as we can. But these are, you see, these are the pillars of our society, and I think we have to give them proper respect to recognize what they have done for us. So please, let's be a little bit patient and just stick with us and be present here in the hall so that we can all applaud their wonderful work. The next person I'd like to talk about is Shri Amrit Mittalji from Chicago. He hails from a small town in Punjab. He graduated with a master's degree in history from Punjab University, by the way, my alma mater, and migrated to the United States in 1971. He has worked as a financial advisor for the last 52 years at New York Life, and a company that he joined in September of 1971. Coming from the Sangh background in Bharat, he has been a pillar of Hindu society of not only Greater Chicago, but the larger Hindu society throughout the United States. Both him and his wife Shashi Mittalji have been big benefactors for local temples and Hindu organizations, including Hindu Temple of Greater Chicago, Balaji Temple of Aurora, the ISKCON community, and the Punjabi Society, just to name a few. They have been annual donors to ECA program since its inception in the United States. Mittalji is an unassuming person. Despite his larger-than-life contribution and support to various Hindu causes, he has preferred to work from behind the scenes. In 1985, the Mittal family founded the Uttam Jain Family Foundation in memory of Shri Mittalji's parents. Through his foundation, they have donated their ancestral land in Punjab, along with the ancestral home to Seva Bharati, one of our sister organizations. These funds are supporting a school for girls as well as women's care center in Bharat. We of course thank Shri Mittalji for his deep dedication to Hindu causes and his numerous contributions. We are honored to offer him with this Lifetime Contribution Award. To receive this award, may I invite Srimati Vandana Jhingalji to please come to the podium and be honored. And may I ask Gauramji to kindly step to the podium and do the honors. Thank you, Vandanaji. Vandanaji, of course, does not need any introduction. Her face is on TV Asia. Everyone knows her, so no need to introduce our own Vandanaji. So, Ajayji, where are you? Are you in the hall somewhere? Ajay Shahji? Okay, all right. Just park yourself for the moment. So next, we would like to honor a person who is a legend in his own right, Professor Ved Nandaji. He's a renowned legal scholar and a community leader who has made significant contributions to the field of international law. He is the chairman of the board of Hindu University of America and a professor of law at the Stern College of Law, University of Denver. Professor Ved Nandaji has received numerous accolades and awards, including the Louis B. Sohn Award for distinguished long-standing contribution to the field of public international law, has authored or co-authored 24 books and over 225 chapters and law review articles. And I thought I was doing well by writing a small book. Professor Nanda has served as president of Akhil Bharati Vidyarthi Parishad and President of Friends of India Society International, and of course the President of Hindu HMEC Sunday USA. In March 2018, Professor Nandaji was felicitated with the Padma Bhushan Award, one of the highest civilian award given by the Government of India. Professor Nandaji, we believe, is the only one in the Western Hemisphere to be so honored. Big round of applause. And I now kindly invite respected Nandaji to come to this podium, and Ajay Shahji, the President of Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America, to do the honors.
भैया
धन्यवाद Ajay ji, Jai ji, and all of you present here. My sagar pranam to each one of you. A moment ago, it was said that these people who are being honored today, they have done a whole lot of work and they don't expect anything. That's not me. I haven't done a whole lot of work, but I do expect something. I'm not doing it for nothing. And what do I expect? I expect that you, my dear friends, each one of you, take the time to see that Hindu values, Hindu thought, it permeates not simply among Hindus, but in this hemisphere, not simply here, but all over the world, because that's what we need today. I think about it and have been giving some consideration, and that is that today, as we meet here, and I think Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America, we talked today about Mahesh Mehta ji, Anjali ji, all these people, Brahm ji, and we look at the Gita, and here is the stalwart sitting here. Could you kindly stand up? Everyone knows you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the point simply is that here in this room also, and some of them who are not here today, they have done a whole lot of work in this country. I think that today, Vishwa Hindu Parishad, Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh, Kona, Hindu American Foundation, there are plenty of Hindu organizations. And I am very pleased that all of you are here. But I think for the program that you had today, this hall should have been full. This hall is empty. And I think that is not something about the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, that is something about us. We need to be sure that about who we are, there is at least some understanding, some awareness, but more than that, appreciation of what we stand for. And that is the expectation that I have, that in the days to come, today we are getting some visibility. This Hindu Heritage Month that has been just in the last few years, and I am very, very delighted that you have the initiative to begin it. And also the desire at the present time and the aspiration that it becomes global. And the day has come that from the White House they should say that Hindu Heritage Month is as important as today it has been Hispanic Heritage Month. Hispanic Heritage Month, now it's in the middle of it. And you probably know it's not simply that Hispanics are celebrating it. Almost every segment of this society talks about that. Media talks about it. Decision makers talk about it. Opinion makers talk about it. And why? That Hindu thought, Hindu values, that are the ones that are going to bring today when we talk about world peace, when we talk about global harmony, when we talk about not people simply tolerating differences, but they celebrate, they embrace, they talk about, as all the time we do, and I want to repeat it, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that's not a slogan. When we talk about the entire human race becomes happy, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, it's not a slogan. And then I think the day has come that we have that clarion call, and that clarion call simply is that Hindu thought, Hindu values have got to permeate not simply in this country, but around the world. I want again to especially congratulate Abhay Asthana ji is sitting here, Ajay ji is here, Jay ji is here, all of those wonderful stalwarts are here, Nikoy Tawet ji is here. So I think I want to simply say that as Hindus, together we need to fight. And Rajiv ji appropriately said that Kshatriya, that is the call for today. I was chair of the Kubra Foundation. I invited Rajiv ji almost in every meeting, and he came and several times did his keynote, and he has been fighting all his life. And there are plenty of people who are doing it. And I wish all of us, and that is the charge, and that is my expectation, that what they have done, what all these sages and seers have done, but in this country, from Prabhupada to Mahesh Yogi to Shri Shri, and you can count so many of them. Didi Ma is here these days. And so there is absolutely no reason that what we have seen, what we have heard, and yesterday many of you were in Akshardham. What a majestic structure. What a wonderful symbol of Sanatana Dharma. What a wonderful pride for each one of us. And so I hope that the days to come, as I said, my expectation is not that what a little I have done is for nothing. It is for you, for me, all of us to get together. And whatever effort we can put in, whatever time we can give it, we keep talking about that it's tan, man, dhan. And the sad part is that dhan is for the Harvard University and those places where they can get photo ops. But for Hindu Dharma, for Hindu organizations, This philanthropy is not there. How come that Christians, how come that Muslims, how come that many other religions and organizations, they can give 5%, 10% of their own income each year in order to see that whatever movement it is, whatever religion it is, whatever ideology it is, that it spreads. And if we want Hindu Dharma and Hindu ideas to spread, we need to do the same thing. We need to have this hall full. We need to have people working for it. And again, my warmest regards, warmest wishes to the Hindu. You know, it's not simply Vishwa Hindu Parishad. Vishwa Hindu Parishad has done wonderful work. Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, all these organizations, kindly take time, kindly put some effort in it. And the victory is ours. Thank you. No back surgery.
Those are definitely words of wisdom, Professor Nandaji. So Professor Nandaji has thrown the gauntlet for us. He has thrown a challenge to the Hindu community. I think we have to take that challenge on and make his words worthwhile, make them count. Nandaji said the other communities give 5%, 10% of it. I don't need to repeat the fact that we are the richest community in this society. 150,000 roughly per year is the family income of average Indian family. The average, and that is roughly, in fact, more than twice the national average. Okay, process that fact. More than double the national average. And yet our giving rate is less than 2%. If we were simply step up to the plate and get up to the national level of 4.5%, that is more than $2 billion that we can work with for Hindu causes. More than $2 billion will it be. All right. So the next person, and this will conclude the award ceremony, is Mrs. Suze Sharma ji. And I'm sorry you ended up being the last, and this is the tyranny of the alphabetical order. No other reason. This was not meant to be a discrimination of sexes or anything like that. Suze Sharma comes to us from North Carolina, and she has a tremendous following. She's been described as the beacon and the granny of Hindu community in North Carolina Triangle area. She has committed her life to the establishment, development, and maintenance of Hindu society of North Carolina. She used her exceptional leadership skills to develop team to build cultural hall known as Hindu Bhavan in the years 1999-2000. She led the design, construction, and fundraising to build this cultural hall with a capacity of 1,300 people. Thanks to her tremendous energy, even at the ripe age of 92, process that. At the ripe age of 92, she traveled here, and she's going to be here in front of us very soon to receive this honor. I wish I could walk on my own feet when I'm 92, if I do get to 92. at this ripe age of 92, the center has become the center of excellence where so many religions, cultural, spiritual, political, educational activities take place during the weekends as well as weekdays. Her work with children has helped guide them to become responsible and productive citizens of our grade. So there's a lot to say, Sarojji, so please keep sitting. I'll call you and bring you in. But there is a lot to say about you because you've done just such a tremendous amount of work that I must read it for everyone's benefit. Her work with children has helped guide them to become responsible and productive citizens of our great nation. So many young professionals, MBAs, lawyers, doctors, regularly visit the center to pay the respect to her for her special efforts and guidance. She has also arranged many religious discourses at the center, inviting scholars and eminent personalities from Bharat as well as USA, thereby cultivating positive values among the Raleigh community. Mrs. Sharma has also organized family services and support to numerous families in the last 50 years. These programs include medical services for visitors and uninsured, food program, breast cancer awareness, depression and anxiety-related issues, legal services, counseling and support during family emergencies and death, financial assistance, etc. So with a big round of applause, I would now like to invite her to the podium. And if she has someone helping her, please come here as well. And I would also like to invite Mrs. Secretary to come in front of the podium and do the honors.
Thank you very much, everybody. We'd like to thank and only by humble request, everybody works together for Hindu. We are Hindu, we are not proud of ourselves. This is a problem. And I'm working after 2 years here, I'm here. And this is a big problem. So I request to everybody, teach your children, we are Hindu. We should be proud Hindu and of our religion and we respect our parents. This is a big thing and work together. Not criticize to each other, work together. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you so much to all of our
my daughter-in-law, and board of directors. My son-in-law is here. We are all working.
We will be seeing you next year, same time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pansal, for conducting that award ceremony, and congratulations to all the awardees. I would now like to call up to the stage for a presentation on youth perspectives, Nikunj Trivedi from Hindu Students Council, as well as Simran Bagdia from Hindu Students Council. So Nikunj Trivedi is serving on the Board of Trustees for Hindu Students Council. You may also know he is the founder and president of KONA. And we also have Simran Bagdia, who is one of our members of the executive board, and she is also an alum of Rutgers University, where she was one of the chapter executives. And my name is Shohini Sharkar, and I am the chairperson of Hindu Students Council. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to discuss your perspectives. So this presentation, we really wanted to give everyone an idea of what it's like to be a Hindu youth in America. There are a lot of challenges that we face. There's a lot of initiatives that we've taken to address these challenges, and we would love to share with you how you can all support the Hindu youth and the next generation of Hindu leaders in America. Next slide. So I'd like to introduce you to American Hindu youth. We are a diverse group of individuals who embrace our culture and our spiritual heritage while we also actively participate in Hindu society. So we have multiple identities that we work with. We are both 100% American, we're also 100% Hindu, and we just may also come from different cultures, whether it's Caribbean or Bengali or Punjabi. So we embrace all of those identities simultaneously. And it's really, something that we juggle and we really enjoy embracing. So I want to teach you all a little bit about the next generation and some characteristics of this next gen. We were born holding iPads and smartphones. We literally come out of the womb being able to operate technology. So this is something that you gotta know about this next generation of Hindu leaders. We also use really interesting lingo, and I want to do a quick poll here to see how many of you actually know the meaning of these words, all right? Who knows what rizzing is? One, okay, our youth knows what it is. It means charisma, so it's when you're showing charisma. What about tea? He knows again, all right? So spill some tea means like tell me the gossip, all right? What's sus? Anyone knows? Okay, we have a little bit more. What's sus? It's like, oh, that's like, what is it? Suspicious, exactly. See, our youth, he knows. Okay, what's goat? Okay, we have a few more people knows. So it's the greatest of all time, all right, a couple more. What about glow up? Again, do we know? We know someone else? What is glow up? Look good, yeah, that's how we glow up. All right, what about, yes, she has a child who would know what that is. What about IYKYK? If you know, you know. Yeah, all right, and what about no cap? He knew all of them. Are you, give it up, or are you? It means no lies, we're not gonna lie about it, it's completely honest. So, just to kind of set the scene, like all this new lingo that's out there, even Urban Dictionary probably can't handle it anymore, but Merriam-Webster is adding in all these new terminologies, but it's something that we, as the Hindu community, have to understand that this next generation is born with technology, using all these new words. We also like different communication methods. So letters, email, even Twitter. We don't like Twitter. It's just something we don't really do. We don't go on Facebook as much. We don't even pick up phone calls, to be honest. We want people to just text us. Generally don't read books as often or even do research. Instead, we go to Instagram and we look at reels and posts. We go and scroll through TikTok and look at 5-second, 7-second videos where we learn about Hindu Dharma in like 7-second clips. We go to iMessage instead of phone calls. So if someone calls us, we'll be like, hey mom, what's up? Why'd you call, right? So we do that. We enjoy texting people. We like using interactive media to learn. And if we have any questions, we immediately go to ChatGPT or Google and ask what the answer is, which can sometimes be a little bit problematic. The other interesting thing is the duration of engagement and our attention is really, dictated by TikTok videos and Twitter, message links and things like that. So, we like to be able to digest information in really small little clips. So, just want to give you a little bit of characteristics about the next generation. I'm now going to hand it over to Nikunj Trivedi to talk a little bit about Hindu Students Council and what we do to try to address some of these challenges and what initiatives we do to help the next generation of Hindu youth.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this presentation should have been the beginning of HMEC/Hindu Heritage, not at the end. And I want to recognize on that because everybody keeps talking about we want to do the youth. Well, youth ain't gonna come if you don't engage in what she just said, and if you don't give them the opportunity. So this is something that we have to learn as a community, as all the organizations in London. So moving on, HSC is a 501c3 nonprofit started in 1990 in support of BHPA. And we've grown since then. It's been 33 years since then. And our idea is to build a community that brings together students for protecting and preserving Hindu heritage, but also bringing in awareness about who we are as Hindus growing up in America. And there are different types of initiatives, so we have a longer presentation, but I'll keep it very short. Anywhere from celebrations of festivals to bringing awareness about Hindu philosophy, Hindu traditions, Hindu identity, to bringing in different speakers, holding Bhagavad Gita study classes, and just having a good time. Because a lot of times it's about building community. Most of the times you may say, hey, you know what, let's read chapter 5 of the Bhagavad Gita, no one's going to show up. But if you talk about, how does it build a community, that's when you bring in some food, etc. You bring a lot of kids together, and that's what HSC has been providing for 33 years and continuing, right? And we now have chapters in high school as well as in chapters in, obviously in colleges across East Coast and West Coast, as well as in Canada. So that's what really, what we're doing. Besides the identity, the technology challenges that Shohini talked about, there are challenges, there are opportunities. I look at it because we have to think about it from an opportunity perspective. If you look at podcasts out there, if you look at a lot of these different communities, whether it's the Christian community, Muslim community, Jewish community, are doing it very well. But look at what we are facing. How many of you even knew those words? Even I didn't know any of them, and my daughter talks about some of them when she's 12. So it's really important for us to understand. But 3 things that you want to keep in mind. Now, when you start to think about identity crises or challenges that we see on college campuses, there are 3 real things that we are concerned about. Number 1, we are, as youth, they're grappling with the balancing of the act between their Hindu heritage as well as American identity, right? Sometimes they think of them as exclusive, so one doesn't match with the other because they can be Hindu for 2 minutes at home and become American for the rest of the day. That's really the problem. So they want to fit in rather than standing out. Today's generation especially doesn't engage in standing out unless it's like very advantageous for them. So that's number 1. There's a lot of discrimination, misunderstanding, discrimination, because of who we are as people, our culture, and so kids don't want to stand up because of fear of being attacked or discriminated against. We talked about caste earlier. There are many other things that kids are concerned about. I'll give you a small example. The Hindu Students' Council this particular weekend, today, Sunday, yesterday, held a Rath Yatra in Toronto. 100, don't applause, please, not yet. 100 individuals and professors wrote a letter to both the universities saying that they should not be allowed to do Rath Yatra. Why? Because they said Rath Yatra, which is our religious sacred festival, is an anti-Muslim, anti-Dalit, and anti-Sikh symbol of violence. Therefore, Hindu students who have been born and raised in Canada are forbidden to observe their religious identity and their sacred festivals. Yeah, well, that's the whole point. There are different reasons behind it, exactly. So they might as well add every other religion in there, so it doesn't make a difference. But why am I bringing this up? It's because of that discrimination and the misinformation that our Hindu youth face today. How many of you are aware of that? None of you are aware of it. There you go. And the last point, like I said, that is then translated into classrooms, is institutionalized, and of course in social media. So if you're on Instagram and you are looking at the Reels and the TikToks, all of a sudden you start to have a trending TikTok video that's talking about how bad Hinduism is. What do you think is going to happen to that 15, 20-year-old? Do you think he's going to come and talk to you? Doesn't want to pick up your call. So how do you think he's going to come to you? So what are the different things that we can do as Hindu Students' Council, as the community? So I'm going to hand it over to Simran to talk about some of the... We did have the Rath Yatra, by the way, so now you can applause.
Okay, so yeah, now I'm just going to talk about the solution and some of the things that we do as Hindu Students' Council to kind of engage the youth and keep, individuals like me active and connected to our Hindu heritage and to our community. So we organize, various projects and initiatives aimed at, empowering the youth, helping us feel confident about our identity, and, being able to converse intelligently about various topics. So, examples include, various interfaith dialogues, cultural festivals, various leadership activities that we do. So here you can see some pictures from our HSC summer camp that we did in June. And then we also usually do a typical Hindu Youth Leadership Summit in the fall. And we actually just had one, this past September that was here in New Jersey in Carteret.
So yeah, I think that just kind of speaking from a youth perspective, HSC for me has really helped me, stay in touch with my culture here, being like a Hindu youth growing up in America, and right, grappling with my identity and facing some of the challenges that Nikunji talked about earlier. Okay, so now I'm just going to showcase some of our, we have various chapters across, the Northeast, also in like Trinidad and Tobago. So just to highlight some of the things that we do, this is our Temple University chapter in Philadelphia. So you can see they organized a mock shadi to kind of showcase, the various wonderful Indian customs and rituals that we have during our shadis. This is a picture in the middle from their general body meeting. So again, it's great to see all of these Hindu youth, so connected and so passionate about Hindu Students Council's cause and all showing up for these meetings. And you can also see this Navratri Puja that they organized last year. And then this is some pictures from our MIT chapter in Cambridge, Massachusetts. So they did a Ganesh Chaturthi where they organized, having students make clay Ganeshas. They organized Vaisakhi, in April to celebrate kind of the harvest season. And then they also did, Golu paintings for Navratri. And, some of you may know that Golu is typically a South Indian tradition. So like Shoni had mentioned earlier too, we don't just focus on the traditional North Indian Hindu, culture. We really welcome all Hindu identities. And I think that's one of the things that makes us so special. Just continuing on, so, cultural understanding, to support Hindu youth, it's really critical to promote cultural understanding and appreciation of just all the different interfaiths and all the different beliefs that we have. And we really believe that this can be achieved through, cultural exchange programs, workshops, and various interfaith dialogues. So having these, initiatives is just really important, again, to make sure that we have representation from all different backgrounds, and to dispel some of these myths and these stereotypes and some of this misinformation that exists out here. So on the right here, you can see we have a picture of World Bindi Day. So we actually had a student, Archita. She's a 16-year-old student from Atlanta, Georgia. She had reached out to Kona and HSC and said that I want to do something. I want to promote the importance of a bindi and why we wear a bindi. So starting 2020, we started this World Bindi Day, and this year it's actually in October 15th. So we encourage you all to, please, wear a bindi, share your pictures, on Instagram and social media so that we can continue this great initiative, started by our youth here. Kind of focusing on another core pillar of Hindu Students Council, we really again focus on education and awareness because we believe that, empowerment starts with knowledge. Once you have the confidence to talk about these topics, then you're able to really stand up to all this negative, information that's out there, all these things about, anti-Muslim, anti-Dalit, et cetera, et cetera. So one of the things that we do, we have a podcast started by some, Hindu students in high school and in college. It's called Star Stripes and Sanatanis, Young Hindu Voices of America. It's on Apple Podcasts, so if you have an iPhone, a MacBook or something, I highly encourage you to pull it out, after this presentation and give us a follow and just listen to some of their podcasts. It's really, really wonderful. You can listen to it on your commute to work or, whenever else you have free time. So they've talked about topics such as, mental health, just traditions and why we celebrate certain festivals like Holi, Diwali, etc. So again, it's just a great initiative to kind of teach tolerance, diversity, and the rich history of Hindu Dharma. And we really believe that, integrating these topics into school curriculum, will help, combat some of the ignorance that exists out there and ensures that our Hindu culture is better understood and represented. And then lastly, one of our other pillars is really leadership and mentorship. So, Hindu Students Council provides opportunities to youth like me, to come out to programs like this and to speak and to educate others about what we do. And we do that through, various capability and capacity building training through numerous workshops, like I talked about, our camps and our summits that we have. And these really help us develop, career development skills to help us succeed, in college and beyond. And we're also really trying to focus on mentorship programs so that we can really kind of, continue to foster and grow, young Hindu leaders like me, so that we have an avenue to participate and make changes in the areas that will really have, positive impact on Hindus in the wider society. And you can see some of these areas on the right? Economics, the environment, media, education. All of these are really things that need Hindu representation, And the last one, Hindu organizations, temples, and associations. That's why we're all really here today, So we want to do our part in making that a better place. I'm just going to pass it on to Shoni again to kind of conclude the presentation and talk about some of our other things that we do.
So part of being a youth in America is wanting to feel like we're a part of America. So we do a lot of work to try to promote inclusivity. So we try to make sure that young people feel like they can be a part of their school culture, their friends, they feel confident to be able to explain to people about their culture. And on World Bindi Day, they can go to school and say, this is what a Bindi means, because we've taught them what it means. We also want to promote diversity and make sure that people who come to HSC can come from any sampradaya, they can come from any race or gender or ethnicity, and they're all welcome here. So promoting inclusivity is really a core pillar of Hindu Students' Council. And we also believe that instilling pride within ourselves will allow us to decrease the amount of discrimination and bias we face, because we can stand up for ourselves. We also, actually in the last slide, I just want to point out, we actually have been participating actively in Hindu Heritage Month every single year since its founding. So we really appreciate being a part of this initiative. On to the next slide. So I want to tell you a little bit about Project Blue Baby also. So our young people really care about the environment. We actually started this through young people. They came up with this idea, presented it to us, and we went with it. And so we've been now doing Project Blue Baby for several years. We've done beach cleanups and things like that. This past year, Chicago actually took the initiative to bring together 4 different student organizations at 3 universities, and they came together and made do-it-yourself bird feeders using recycled bottles and jugs. So really proud of the young people here, trying to do their part in taking care of Matrimony. And it's not just about making the bird feeders, it's about understanding why we need to take care of the environment and how that comes from our Hindu traditions. So I also want to talk a little bit about interfaith collaboration. One important part of us celebrating our Hindu festivals is that we really bring together people from all the different faith traditions to come on campus and learn from us. And we have the Diwali celebration where we bring in all the different Karmic faiths. We also invite other people to just come and learn. And we also love engaging in interfaith dialogue as well. So it's something to help us break down barriers and foster understanding amongst people of all different faiths. And I want to get to the part where we talk about supporting Hindu students. So what can you do? So we would love for everyone here watching today and here in the audience today to support Hindu students and youth organizations through donations, giving temple space as a donation, volunteering, or participating in events. Doing these things really provides community support to the young people that they really truly need in order to feel supported and be able to carry out their programming. So in the next slide, I will talk a little bit about what you can do. One thing that is so important is appoint Hindu youth to positions of real responsibility. And I want to emphasize real responsibility, not as a token, gesture just to have them on stage, but really give them some real responsibility because they will surprise you. So appoint them on the, they will really surprise you. Appoint them on the board of directors at your mandirs and on the board of directors for your organizations. Please do this because young people, we can't just expect that we're going to someday, pass on and then they're just going to have to figure it out. We need to put them into the leadership positions now because mandirs and organizations need the next generation to be leading right now. So let's put them in and give them, the opportunity to succeed. Next, we would love for you to provide mentorship, supplies, and space. So HSC, if you would like to get connected with local chapters or local youth, you can reach out to us and we can connect you with a chapter nearby. You can easily say, hey, we're going to do a Save Up project. Why don't the local chapters come over, come be a part of our mandir, come be a part of our organization, volunteer, and get to learn about the mandir, and then you get to learn about the youth. So it's a win-win situation. Next is donate. So supporting HSC and its chapters and other Hindu youth organizations helps students run leadership programs, celebrate Hindu festivals, and build capabilities to just do anything they set their mind to. And I'll tell you, being a young Hindu, and we were both in college, I'm in university right now, we struggle sometimes to even get prasadam for our pujas. I remember when I was young, we stoop to levels of getting M&Ms to serve as prasadam, which is not something we want to do. But when an adult comes over and hands us some money or gives us a box of laddus, it just makes our day. It makes so much bright light into our program. So like that community support is really, really helpful. And everything that we do is all because of community support. Next, I want you to ask young Hindus, how can I support you? They will tell you. They'll tell you exactly what they need. So this is something that we're learning is that, the youth today, they want resources that are made by students, for students. They want donations so that they can run large festivals, and they need help from us, like when Nikunji was speaking, how we provide them with support for when they're getting discrimination for doing Rath Yatra. So just ask the young people in your life, in your community, how can I support you and provide that? And also something we hear a lot from young people is we would love for community members to be able to help answer questions with careful research, patience, and support. A lot of young people say when they were growing up and they would say, oh, why do we do art this way? Someone would just say, I don't know, this is just how it's done, right? So instead, we would love for you to take the time through Hindu Parents Network, through Kona, through other resources to just please educate yourself so that you can help educate the next generation and do so in a loving way where we're gonna learn together. So in conclusion, I hope this presentation gave you a glimpse into the challenges faced by Hindu youth in America and how you can support Hindu youth and the next generation to help us thrive and become next leaders, not only Hindu leaders for Hindu organizations, but Hindu leaders for the entire world. So whether it's in business, in politics, in media, but whether it's leading mandirs or running the government, we want to be there. So please give us your support. If you'd like to support Hindu Students Council, please go to hindustudentscouncil.org/donate, and we would love to get your support. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
So you like the elders to use the lingo that you use? Does it make a difference? Like, so what if we don't use that lingo? Because of that?
No, but sometimes it might be helpful to at least understand the lingo so that when they're responding, you'll be able to understand. And sometimes that's as easy as just having a little Google up and just being what does Riz mean? So it's nice to be able to learn it, but you don't need to use the lingo.
You don't need to learn it yourself, but just understand that it's there. Yeah.
Because my daughter wants me to use that lingo.
Well, start using it.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to laugh about it. And I was surprised. I was invited
Good luck.
by
Your name, sir?
Hindu Student Council in a They were celebrating the day. I didn't know that, but they approached me and I went there. And but mostly I found graduate students. They were all graduate students, not youth. So that was surprising to me. And they are also going to celebrate Diwali, where they co-opted religious department of this is first time the religious department is going to celebrate Diwali with the students. So I just wanted to be, but I was surprised there were not many youth in their Ganesh.
Thank you, Taraji. Yeah, we need to wrap up pretty quickly, so we have a last.
So thank you again. We will be happy to answer questions afterwards. But yes, just a point really well stated is that it will grow. If we start small and we have to get bigger and bigger with time, and community support is really key.
I only have one suggestion. This is our board for
All right, thank you so much, Simran and Nikunji, for your presentation. I would now like to ask Shri Jeffrey Armstrong Ji to give his perspectives on Hindu Heritage Movement. Jeffrey Armstrong, also known as Ravindra Rishi, has degrees in psychology, history, and comparative religions and literature. He has deeply immersed himself in the study and teachings of Vedic philosophy, yoga, and astrology for the past 45 years. Prior to his 10-year career as an executive in Silicon Valley, he spent 5 years in an ashram as a brahmachari. He has been deeply interested in the challenges of translation across cultures and languages, i.e. from Sanskrit to English, and sharing across cultures, from Vedic paradigm to the Christian paradigm. Please, let's welcome Kavindra Rishiji to the stage.
Thank you very much. Namaste, pranams. There's a saying, and the last shall be first, for life. Heritage means an inheritance. So here's where this got started in my life. I received your inheritance. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guru Deva Namaha. Om Abhinati Nirandasya, Ganadgana Salakaya, Chakshura Umilitam Gena Tasmai, Shri Guru Deva Namaha. Without that, I would be nothing. Without receiving your rich inheritance. And as one of my heroes was just speaking earlier, Ved Ananda Maharaj, who is, as I see him, the personification of what I aspire to be. Someone who has lived their whole life exemplifying the Vedic Vidya. So, with this, the last shall be first. Okay, but what else? Always remember and never forget. Remember what? And so, Matsya Kurma, Rahascha, Narasingho Vamana, Ramo Ramachaраmascha, Krishna, Kalki, Janardanaha. Folks, the last one before the ending is Bhagavan Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. And from that came a book called the Bhagavad Gita. Now, in the midst of the chaos of being colonized, in the midst of a chaotic world that is living up to the motto of Kali Yuga, which is get what you can while you can, is almost gone. The Dharma culture is to preserve life on Matabhumi. The modern culture is to exploit it, profit only, take it all. We stand in the balance right now. And I believe that this book, the Bhagavad Gita, is the user's manual for the Hindu Vedic Sanatana Dharma culture. And I've just tried to make it a bit more user-friendly, but it didn't need me to be the user's manual. Look at the three pillars of the Vedantas, which are that there's the Vedanta Sutras of Veda Vyas. Who do you know that's reading that? Raise your hand. Nobody. The 10 principal Upanishads. Can you give that to your children? Say, here, read the 10 principal Upanishads. It's not going to happen. So what are you going to do? What's the user's manual? Dehi knows me, yata dehi, komaram yovanam jara, tata dehantaras praptir, diras tatarana bhuyate. We don't have much time, so I'm just going to say it to you this way. This is not essential because I brought it into another form of English. I did that because I was looking for the most important seva that I could do. Your children can read this book, and what they will learn is the Sanskrit words that are essential for them to know. Atma, Brahman, Bhagavan, Moksha, etc. The words that they need to know, Paramatma, and so forth. So that vocabulary, that vocabulary, they must have that to survive the world they're about to go out into. They must have a user-friendly user's manual. So I'm only going to say briefly that there are 4 verses that are known as the 4 core verses of the Bhagavad Gita. And if you haven't taught these to your children, you are remiss. Because they need to know, okay, what's the essence of the whole thing? Why? Because the Vedic culture is the people of a library. Abrahamics are people of a book. You can't compete with the library. Everybody thinks you're confused, and you have a myriad of this and a myriad of that. Nobody knows how to define what you really are as a Vedic practitioner, as a Hindu. And nobody yet knows how to bring it forward in a single way and say, you're a one-book religion, well, here's the one book of ours you should read. And the 4 core verses of the Bhagavad Gita are chapter 10, verses 8, 9, 10, and 11, according to the Vedanta Acharyas. And it is, Aham sarvasya prabhavo, tak sarvam pravartati, iti madhavajanti, buddha bhava samadhita, majchita madgata prana, bodhiyantat parasturam, kathayantas chamam yitya, tushanti cha ravanti cha, tesham satata yuktanam, vajatam priti purvakam, tadami buddhi yogam tvam, yena mam upayanti te, tesham evanukam partham, aham adhyana jam tamaha, vishami atma bhavasta, jnanati pena bhasya. Now listen carefully in English. I am the source of everything, Bhagavan says. From me the entire creation flows. Knowing this, the wise adore me with all their hearts. Their thoughts dwell in me. Their lives are surrendered unto me. And they derive great satisfaction and bliss, enlightening one another about me. To those who are constantly devoted and adore me with purest love, I give the understanding by which they may come to me out of compassion for them. I, who am dwelling within their hearts, destroy the darkness born of ignorance with the shining lamp of Vedic Vidya, of knowledge. I would be sad if any one of your on the way to college children couldn't do what I just did. And hadn't meditated on it for 10 years, thinking this is the essence, this is the core, this is why it was given. So this is what we always remember and never forget. So what I'm giving you, because I was born in fundamentalist Christianity, I'm giving you the fundamentalist pitch. You gotta read this book. You gotta memorize those 4 verses. Else you don't know how to summarize your tradition and give it in one moment. It's the only thing I was given that I can give to you that makes a difference. Otherwise, I have nothing to say to you except what you said to me. Except I've got to tell you, it saved my life. It gave me life. It gave me purpose. It gave me a view that was impossible otherwise. It made me alive. It gave me a purpose. And now, your children are going to be so confused and so subjected to chaos and told so many things contrary to this. If you don't have a user's manual and do something about it as you were intended. So who gave this? Matsya Kurma Varahascha. Krishna, and that's why Krishna is at the beginning of the Kali Yuga. So we are ready to deal with the chaos that's going to otherwise take place. This is the inheritance I received from your legacy. Thank you for listening, and thank you for having me with you.
Thank you for that inspirational message, Jeffrey. And without further ado, let's close the session. It's been a long day and a long session. So let me thank everyone who's here, all the awardees, and especially Shoini Sarkar for conducting the program. And lunches, I believe lunch is served somewhere. So please, have lunch. And we officially close the inaugural program, but Hindu Heritage Month is just started and celebrated with us. Thank you so much.
Sorry for interruption. I got my